Recording. And so we're going to pick back up, sort of where we left off yesterday. Um, we've done some of this stuff already, some of this grading information here. But let's pop over to this bit, talk about now some specialized grading in roadway design. So as opposed to what we've been doing with this design pad template and 3D offset kind of command, we've back when we were working with that approach, our design basically went say, from the bottom up. It went vertically, in that we established something that's tied onto the ground, and then we set its top elevations based on some relationship to that ground connection point. But what we're going to do, look at now, is an alternate kind of approach. Oh, excuse me, that's sort of 90 degrees to that concept. So instead of being vertical, it's going to be horizontal. We're going to push a design down a pathway. And as we progress that pathway in the horizontal direction, or in the horizontal realm, I guess, it can also be the vertical design of that will push it up and down, vertically. So we're basically going to take a little slice of the road, and we're going to start it at a point, and we're going to say, hey, drive yourself down this pathway that I'm going to show you about, and raise yourself up and down based on this profile design that we've done. And every time you stop and do that, I want you to connect the edges to the last one that you just created. So that's your, station to station to station kind of progression down our design. It's actually what we call, in terms of volume analysis, we call an average end area, because we are looking at the ends, little slices of the road, little segments. Can be anywhere from 1 to 5 feet apart, to something much more typical on a roadway might be a 50-foot stationing between those slices, and then so everything in between those is interpolated. So if you got something that has a lot of tight curves, you want to make sure you drop that template more quickly, more every so often, or closer distance between them, so that you pick up the changes in the curves. Although it will in terms of its volume analysis, it knows horizontally when it starts a curve, and so it addresses the calculations. It basically makes that little prism between the previous and the next template slice. It knows it's in a curve, and so it calculates that as if it had curved sides to it. So it's not like you're gonna wind up getting some crude approximations as you go around the curve. So anyway, that's essentially how we're going to start doing this next type of design. And you can see there on the left-hand page there, page 58, that we have a couple of things that we are going to need when we do this. So we need to, have a, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page to say, look at what we need. Let's look at, oh, here it is, page 60. So we need a couple of items to be able to do this. We need a center line, which tells it in the planar or the horizontal alignment. And then you need a vertical alignment that's going to describe how it moves up and down in the vertical plane. And then you need a shape, a cross-sectional shape, or a template for that to be able to follow. And that's their bare minimum But to be able to tie that into a site, of course, you would need an existing ground surface model that you can use as a target, or existing ground or design ground, whatever it is that you want your roadway to tie into. So those are the things that we're going to need to do to be able to define this roadway. So let's look at some of those tools as to what we have. And you can see there on page 61, we're going to open the drawing called roadway design base. We will set a new coordinate file and just call it roadway 01. It may not even really need the coordinate file, but let's go ahead and just follow those particular steps. So we'll, that gets going. Alrighty, so we're looking at roadway design base. And these other ones like roadway design base 01, those kind of things, they're just sort of files that are going to be, the later version of the ones we're working on, just in case you get it messed up, you can go back and load that one in to sort of reset back to where you don't have to go through all the other steps to get things done. So there's some little helper things in here and some different examples. So I'm going to open up this file. And what did I say? I called that coordinate file.
Hey Ken,
Yes.
is is that the basic road where you just pulled up? Did you send us that?
You're talking about this?
No, the Carlson, what you just pulled up in Carlson.
This drawing.
Yeah,
Yes, that's in your data sets that you downloaded. Just same place where you looked at the samples from T3 Global.
yeah.
You find it?
Well, no, because I only got, or it's just called basic.tpl and then basic road merge, basic 2 lane with shoulders.
All right, those are templates. This is the drawing file that I want you to open up. Find that okay?
I did not.
Let's go to roadway design base. So are you,
Yeah, I don't have that in my downloads.
you should have,
Let me pull up my Gmail again. So,
these drawings in there. Building footprint, civil demo, example 1 completed, example 1, grading design 01, 02, grading design complete, and parking lot, roadnet 01, roadway design base, blah, 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 all the way down to sample from T3 Global. So when you looked at sample from T3 Global yesterday, where did you get that file from?
I still have that from the last one. So I pulled that over from my top.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't
Well,
know, because so I'm looking at that first email you sent, and I pulled up this data sets for civil class, and oh yeah, there it all is, but it didn't download. Yeah, I see all of it now.
yeah, so download that folder and use that as your working
That's
location.
what I did. Okay, sorry. Should be up to date.
Yeah. Let me know when you get it loaded up and we'll push ahead, but.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, it should be good.
So it's called roadway design.
Base, yeah, the DWG.
Mhm.
Um,
Okay, did you say you got it now or is it still downloading?
It's I'm pulling it up right now. Roadway design base. Yep, I got it.
Okay. So now we're going to set a coordinate file to be a new file called roadway one because we might have an occasion that we would want to compute some points, and so we'll see that as part of that process as well. Notice I don't have to, we don't have to have one. We may not necessarily need it. But we'll go ahead and look at our points menu and choose set coordinate file. And then we're going to choose on the new tab, make sure we're in our folder. And then we'll just call this one roadway 01. It looks like I have that file in there already. It says, I want to replace it. I'll say yes. Okay. So now we've got our file relationship set. And we're getting ready to start to work. Now, what we have here, if you look and see, we've got this little drawn polyline across a little contour map, and I see that it's labeled as a start alignment, an end alignment, different locations across the site here. But this is our existing ground. Now, remember yesterday, we talked about using break lines and points and things like that to model the existing ground. Well, here's a particular example of sometimes all you have are contours and you have to use them, even though it's the worst possible thing to to model from. So go ahead and click one of those contours and you'll see that, oh, hey, that's the whole thing lights up, not just that one contour. And I look over in my properties and I say, well, what is that? Is it a block? Is it whatever? And it tells me, no, it is an AECC DB Surface 10.
Hey,
So,
Ken,
yeah.
I'm getting an ACAD proxy entity. What I
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and choose. There should be a middle choice there that says show proxy entities.
um, was that in the set CRD? Where was that at?
No, that's when you first open the file. And so, but you've got
Okay.
it open and you select this, and instead of saying up there it's an AECC DB Surface 10, it says that it's a proxy entity. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not seeing that checkbox.
No, it's when you open the file, if you've got proxies, it should ask if you want to display them or not.
Yeah, it didn't say that.
Okay. What version are you using of Carlson?
2023.
Okay, so same as this one. Um, Now it could be that you don't have the object enablers installed for this particular thing. And what we're getting at is this is a Civil 3D file. Okay?
Yeah.
Nothing told us that it was other than what we're looking at now. I've got Civil 3D object enablers installed, and you have to get those from Autodesk. You go to their website and you look for that enabler.
Okay.
So But that's not going to prevent you from doing what we're going to do. We're still going to be able to work with it. So even if yours doesn't say over here in your properties that it is a surface 10, it just calls it a proxy entity, that's okay. But you can see with the enablers, and I can see that there's a certain amount of things that,
Wait, hey, Ken?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I think I missed something. In that properties, I'm still under like this no selection.
all right, so if you escape everything, it says no selection, but if you click on one of the contour lines,
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
okay. Now what does yours say it is, Joe?
On one of the, it said, yeah, the ACAD proxy.
It says proxy. It doesn't call it a AECCDB Surface 10. Right up here.
So it says ACAD underscore proxy underscore.
Okay, so yours is like Mike. So you also would need to download that Civil 3D object enabler to be able to see this and the properties. And it's fine. You don't really have to have it. It's just it gives you a little bit more functionality here. So if I look at that in my properties, if I do have that, you can see that I've got certain things, color, layer, and all the things that you'd expect. But then it's got all of these other properties like visibility has saved version, notifying periodic owner ID, is erase status, is erase planar cast shadows, receive shadows. So these are all coming from the fact that it's this object ID called a DB Surface 10. There are no fields with it. It has a particular class name. So these are all sort of technical things about this in the programming world. And you can see there's also, I could even assign a material there, crushed gravel, site work, planting gravel, crushed gravel. And that would basically allow me to visualize that if I were to change my view from wireframe into the realistic rendering. So none of that really matters at all, and none of it really helps me out. It's just the fact that it identifies it as something more than just a block. However, it is just a block. And what I could do if I wanted to use that to make my surface from, then I would need to explode it. And don't do this, but you would simply explode that and it would take it from being what this is, either like mine says a surface 10 or like yours says a proxy entity. It would explode it down a level and it would make it into a block. I would then need to explode that block so that it would separate that block, that group of all these elements into individual polylines and whatever else might be in that block. And then I could use those polylines as long as they're at elevation. They would happen to be with this data. I could use that to then go and build my surface. But now, where we're headed with this, though, is that we've got some tools that can work with Civil 3D data, and we're going to go ahead and use that to extract our information out. So a couple of things to tell you about this. I'm going to go ahead and press escape. You see that we've got a drawn contour map here. It looks fairly typical for a contour map. Down here looks like there's maybe this broad, maybe a river valley over here on the east running north to south, some flat plains in the center part. And then it comes up into these rounded hilltops over on the west. And if I zoom in, I don't really see, there's no labels, but I do see things like this. See this contour and this little tie across it. I've got one there. I've got a little spot over here that's goofy. I've got, another one over here where these, this, there's sort of a contour here and a contour here, and I can look at the shape of these. And I know that if I start at this index contour and climb upward, you know, I go up a contour, up a contour, up a contour, and up a contour up here, so that, you know, that is the same elevation as, say, this, potentially. It could be, however, that it's the same elevation as this one. So instead of coming up, 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 over here it keeps going up, over here it goes up, but here it stays flat, stays the same, and then it goes up here on these edges. So that's what is going on there. It's not proper modeling. It's not, you know, contour lines aren't allowed to do that. You would normally take that out, but the modeling that put this thing together gave us those lines. And then I've got another little spot right in here that looks like there's a little sinkhole, maybe, that they had a point that started to pull that contour information downward. Okay. So that's one thing we notice. I also noticed that in the closed polylines that represent those topmost contour lines as it goes up those hilltops, there's no spot elevation. There's nothing there that gives me, you know, some additional elevation. So the only vertical information I have about this are these contours. So when I get to that contour, the site's actually going to model as if those are shaved off dead flat all the way across them at that elevation of the contour line. Okay, so and again, you know, there's no point really in trying to fix that, because that's really all the information we have. We don't know anything about it. We could, you know, add some points and raise it up a little bit based on the trend as we're going up, but that would be artificially done. We don't know that process. I will point out that there is a tool, just like when you're using, you know, to minimize flats. When you run this triangulate and contour, if I were going to do that, I'm not going to, I'm just going to point this tool out. Is if I'm going to use those contour lines to generate my surface, I'm going to look down here in this bottom part of this triangulate tab, and it says adjustments for source data of contours, one of which, and is important for like valleys and crests and ridges and such, where you'll have those nose-shaped polylines, is you wanted to minimize the flat triangles. So that's what a switch that you would do right there. And it would be, you just turn that on. And again, it's not perfect, but it does as good as it can. It does a pretty good job. The other one here, where we're talking about these flat, sawed off, you know, tabletop mesa looking formations, but you can say over here, alternatively in the right-hand column, interpolate summits and pits. Okay. And we'll cancel that and tell you what that does. So that's going to take these closed ring contours, and it's going to look at the adjacent contours that are coming up to it, or in the case of this one, which is a depression contour, so that's going downward into a hole. So what it's going to do is look at that slope coming up into those innermost contours, and it's going to continue that slope up until it sets, you know, so this one would peak out at some point, and the depression would bottom out at some point. So it tries to model that, you know, based on those interpolations of that data. I will tell you that I've never found it worth dealing, you know, worth fooling around with, because sometimes it really, you know, kind of, I wouldn't say messes up, but it artificially adds information that we don't really have. So usually I would try to find that by some other means. All right. So how do we go about working with this? Again, like I said, you could explode it a couple of times, get down, and then I think the final exploding converts those contour lines into little bitty segments that are not tied together. They're just individual pieces. And then you would have to run a program called join nearest, which is on their edit menu, to have it go through and find all those end-to-end segments and tie them together. Or alternately, you could do it from the file menu under drawing cleanup, and it is right here as an option. You join line work with the same endpoints. Now that works pretty well, finds all those together and stitches them together into a single polyline, except you get into a situation like over here, and it doesn't know, is this one supposed to be continuous along this way, or does this come up here and then turn this way? And it just geometrically, there's not enough information to figure that out. Here's another spot where those things are tied. All right. So anyway, we got some sort of iffy data. Now I will tell you this data is actually, like I said, a Civil 3D file. It's actually the sample data set that Autodesk provides in their tutorials to train with. So it's even from the masters themselves, if people want to say that, but they really give you some crappy data, and it's not really well suited to do this work. But it makes for some good discussion as to what we have going on. Now, there's another thing that we have going for us, is that we're looking at this in a plan view. So we don't know exactly what's all included. So we need to do a couple of bits of investigation to sort of see what this is going on. So if I go to my view menu and I do my 3D view drawing viewer, and if I just type the word all and hit enter to select everything, it's going to load up my drawing viewer, but there's nothing in there. Okay. So that doesn't bode well. Actually, what it's telling me is that, all right, it doesn't know how to handle that particular object. Remember, it's like this super block of data, but the 3D viewer can only display points, lines, polylines, 3D faces, the typical standard type of entity from AutoCAD. So we can't really display all of this sort of embedded material. Okay, so I can't look at it in the viewer there. However, I can spin this up with my orbit commands out here. We're using my little view block, or if I just hold the shift key, press and hold the wheel and the mouse, and then push it up. And I say, whoa, look at that. I've got more than I realized. And you see, once I let go of the mouse, it turned into something that looked entirely different. Now, yours may or may not do that. It may or may not turn into that. If it does, what's going on is, and I'll put that in my realistic view, is this. So if I'm looking at it in plan view, looks like that. If I look at it in this rotated perspective view, it's going to take on this particular aspect. So this is much like being in the 3D viewer, right? And we hit that little shaded button over on the view control panel, the one that looks like a grid work or a fishing net. So we tell it to, to color that in. So that's the same as if we look at it like this versus looking at it like this. Now, this information comes from, if you're seeing it, it's reading this, and you look over here in my properties, and it has this material, which is right here, that's assigned. That's what tells it how to display those shaded triangles. And as you see, as I zoom around in here, and there's some of those places we were talking about, you see those flat hilltops? That's how this thing models. And that is as good as this is going to ever get. Over here is that little bit I thought might have been a little sinkhole. It's actually a little raised peak. So it's got, I got this little baby mesa over there that's probably not actually on the ground. I just got some point information. And it's there. I've got what looks like right in here, sort of a, you know, like a graded slope coming off of that area. It's probably not there. It's just, I can tell from the triangle shapes that, you know, look at these big flat triangles, so there's just not enough data in there to get it modeled correctly. All right. So I see that I've got stuff that probably does have some elevation, and yet, you know, how do I get that? How do I turn that into something that I can use with Carlson? And what's all this, you know, down here? So if I, not sure it's going to give me a way I can see them. Anyway, I've got those skirts that I saw right there. Now, before I let go of this, you see those vertical edges there. That's something that Civil 3D has an option of doing when it shows and generates a surface. It puts these little skirts on the edges, and it's just for visualization. There's nothing beyond anything that makes that show up. Now, what you were seeing there, if I were to explode this and get those into those individual components, those skirts you would still see out there on the perimeter when you spin it up. But right now, it's actually recognizing that this is something and changing that aspect of my view, because it had a defined view type based on whether you were in model, in plan, in profile, or in cross section. Okay, so that's what it's doing, is reading that from the Civil 3D definition of that object. All right, so without beating that horse to death, what would we do? We've looked at that. We've got good information vertically. You might even take a look at, let's say I look at it edge on, and I see I've got, there's my, what will become my surface. And I've got something down here. Oh, that's the, you know, that's that alignment that's drawn with the little arrows that says, you know, start and stop. So that's all well and good. It's something that I expect to see. No real stray data. But what would be another good thing to take a look at is when you get information in from outside and you're not sure what's involved. There's a couple of things that you want to start looking at. So I look at that. I'm going to also look at my layers, look at my layer control. And that's on the view menu. Down here, put layer control, or that little button next to the layer toolbar. And I look at these layers and their names and colors, assignments, but more than anything else, I want to look at on, off, and freeze thaw columns as I scroll through here and make sure that I don't have something turned off that I might need later. Looks like everything is on, everything is thawed. So I'm in good shape there. Nothing's hiding in that sense. So then the next bit of investigation, I'm going to go to the file menu and choose drawing cleanup. And this is something that you can do. Really the only thing I'm going to do at this point, because I haven't really exploited that data into individual usable components yet, I've really only got a few things. I've got the polyline that represents this alignment. That's one item. I've got two of these labels with leaders that says begin alignment, end alignment. And I've got this big blobo something that represents my surface. So I've really got 1, 2, 3, 4 objects in this drawing. So I could, though, come down here and let's take a look at, remember, one of the things that I said I always like to do is to check this, set elevation to outside range to 0, and then I scan the drawing. All right, so when I scan the drawing, it's telling me I've got a minimum elevation of 0 and a maximum elevation of 0. So what it's doing is it's reading that drawn alignment and label down at 0, and it's still ignoring this. So there's nothing it can do about that. Okay. Now, because I happen to know a little bit about this drawing file and the fact that it's a Civil 3D drawing, one of the options is right here is to convert Civil 3D / land development desktop AEC contours and points into Carlson format. So I can do it with this command. I'll cancel the command. I'm not going to do it from there, but I'll show you another place to do it. And so as I suspect, it's got embedded surface definitions, and I want to take advantage of that because somebody else has already done the modeling. So I'm going to look in a couple of places. If I look on my surface menu, if I come down here to my surface or my import export and see if there's something there, and I look and see convert land desktop LDT / Civil 3D surface drawing. So that would take care of it. That would work it from the surface extraction perspective. I could do it from there. But there's one other area to look, and that's under my file menu under import. And one of the imports is right here in Civil 3D. And this not only can import the surface, but it can also import points, center lines, any line work, pipes, surfaces, labels. Or I can actually just choose all Civil 3D objects. So let's go ahead and choose that as a command. Everybody has that command available under import? Very good.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to run that command, and
Yep,
it's
I'm good.
going to read the data, and you'll see some little boxes flash by as it's reading it. And then it's going to tell you some things that it's finding. It says, okay,
What file did you pick, Ken? I'm sorry.
what command or what?
You went up to import.
Yes, file, import, and I chose Civil 3D.
Oh, okay. It took a minute to load.
Yeah, okay. All right, so then once it finds all that kind of stuff, it's going to come back and tell you that hey, I found surface, and it's named phase 6 rig ground. So phase 6 original ground. Do you want to create a Carlson 10 surface? It says. And I could say yes. And every time it would step through stuff that it finds, even if there were parcels, alignments, profiles, etc., pipe networks, it would identify that and give you an option to save those off, or you could simply say yes to all. So if I say yes to all, it says, all right, tell me where you want to put it for the surface files. So I'm going to go to my working location, which is in my civil class data sets, and I'll say okay. And then it's going to continue processing. And if it were to find other objects, other points, all that kind of stuff, they would then show up. And if I look in data sets now, let's look at their date modified. So under today's date, I've got 3 files. I've got roadway design base INI. I've got roadway 01 CRD. Those are 2 files that came out of the Carlson treatment of the file when I first opened it. And then I've got this phase 6 original ground .10. And that's the extraction. So there were no other objects in the file other than that surface model. Now, if you click on one of the contour lines, I see that it in fact is a polyline. So it has gone, that importing routine has gone to extract that information, and it's left us with these drawn polylines. Again, they're just polylines. I can see they're there. And in fact, I could come down here and say, you know, at that point, I've got this extra little spur out here. I could then remove that vertex. You know, any of those kind of things. I've got one here. I can remove it from there just to make, life a little better. Now there you see when I click it, it's that is a picture. And then I've got that, which is not actually a closed figure. Look at it closed. This one is closed, but this one is not. So really to resolve that, I just need to really kind of break this apart. So I can either use a standard break, or I can go up to my polyline tool and choose remove polyline segment, which is that little eraser over top of the red segment, or the identified segment on the polyline. Also available under edit, polyline utilities, remove polyline, and remove polyline segment. So if I do that and click right there, I've now removed that segment, but I've got one polyline here because it's broken it now, the other half of it here, and then I've got this one that comes around. I'm going to look at the two elevations. That elevation is at 160. Let's get another idea. The one next is 155, 150. So these are every 5 feet. So it's pretty high relief. All right, so then this one goes around to here, then over here's the other half of it. And then but what I really should do is to take this one and join it to this one and this one as a single joined continuous polygon. So I'm going to do that with the edit join nearest command, which case I've got a little fudge factor up here on any kind of a gap to allow. And I'm going to say, go ahead and do a direct connection. And you can limit this to say elevate or join only identical elevations, identical layers, etc. And I'll say, okay, I'm going to choose this, this, and this. And as long as they are all at the same elevation, because I put that switch in there, then it will potentially load those up. Everything worked. That's now a single entity. And I see over here it's closed, and it has an elevation of 160 all the way around. Okay. So again, what I'm doing here is just cleaning up some of those things visually. But my surface, if I were to erase these contours, or let's just temporarily freeze them. I have a surface that I have defined, remember. In fact, I'll verify that in my 3D viewer, my surface viewer, and I see my phase 6 original ground. I open that up. And let's just put my contour interval at 5 the way they've got it. And lo and behold, there's that same file. And you see I'm toggling these contours to be shown. Tone down this a little bit. So it's not quite so overwhelming. But you can see as I'm showing that, you see that little connector across there? And the one up here did not reappear. Over here was the other one. See that little connector across there? So the algorithm is, even though we know in terms of proper contour mapping that we can't have those little ambiguous little segments shown for the contours, but it's just a limitation of the computer algorithm that's generating those contours by reading those triangular surface planes. And, it happens to be that those things, they all line up with maybe some flat triangles across there. Whatever, it's going to generate that. And you can see that the computer did that, and it did it for whoever built the original file in Civil 3D, because that's what I saw when I had my original contour showing. And even in the file that I extracted, using Carlson's algorithm to create contours from a surface, which is, it's different from what Civil 3D is using in terms of the actual program code, but it's probably using the same mathematical theories as it's going through and examining. So the algorithm is probably close to the same, but it would still, if I were to draw this from surface, contour from a 10 file, I choose my phase 6, original ground, and I'm going to draw this, and I'm going to put my contour interval back to 5, make sure my index goes to 25. I'll say okay. And it's going to draw this. Now I had that, remember that little goofy mess over here? So I've got, I've got this one as a closed little loopy figure. I've got this one that goes around that way. And I've got this one as a closed little loopy figure. So, this kind of stuff is probably not exactly, it probably does something like that. And let's see what else. Yeah, so you see right in here, this was where one of those connecting pieces were. And so its algorithm sort of got me close. And there's other, switches that you can set that might govern some of that, like contour smoothing and all kinds of things there. But remember, when you're looking at this stuff at the end of the day, it's nothing more than a drawn polyline. Okay, it's not surface, it's just what draws by interpreting the surface. So I'm going to erase those by layer. I don't necessarily need them. I've already got them drawn by the ones that I extracted. Okay, so they're there. And all I did here was I cleaned up a couple of little spots, just for my my engineering vicissitudes, if you will. So there's one that's there's another one, sort of a stray spot. So a couple little things there. And not necessary, but it just sort of makes things a little cleaner for me. So we've done that. Let's do something else now. Let's take a look at our data in our 3D viewer now that we've broken it all out. And you can see, well, now I've got the data that I can see it. And if I'm looking at that, well, look at this as I toggle those on. Those are nothing more than 3D faces. And those were those original face components that were part of the surface model, the surface definition in Civil 3D. And they're absolutely useless to me, but I've got several of them. I'll look at this edge on, and you can see if I look at this from here to there, what's my count up here? I've got 863 of those 3D faces. Right, so you can leave them there, or you can, so get rid of them. Okay, there's nothing, and they're individual side by side. I select one, there's one. You can see as I go down the list here, I can just do those, and I can erase them individually. I can do a little crossing and pull them out that way. Or if I look at it and I see that that's on a layer called C topo boundary, I've also got up here an already drawn boundary, also on C topo BNDY layer. And that's a civil 3D, or I'm sorry, it's a 3D polyline instead of a 2D, which as a boundary, it only has to be 2D. So that's there if I want to keep it, and I can get rid of the 3D faces. So let's try that one. Let's go to edit, erase. Let's look at by layer. Okay. Here's where I ran it the last time. So I'm gonna hit the clear button. I'll select from screen and I'll pick that face. Just one of those and hit enter. And so it says, okay, I've identified the layer, but if I were to go ahead and hit okay at this point, it's going to take not only those, but also that enclosing boundary polyline that I might want to go keep and use. Okay, so I'm going to uncheck my little all button, and I'm just going to change it to not look for those polylines. I want to look for my 3D face. I don't, right here it is up in the top of the middle column. It says 3D face. So that's the only thing I want to take off of that layer, leaving the other things behind. And if I say okay, boom, they're gone. And yet this is remaining. It is a closed but 3D polyline because it's taken all of its elevation information from the edges of those contour lines that it touches. So it might be useful to keep it as such. I have it there and I'll be able to use it if I need. Okay. So far, so good.
Yep.
All right. So we were able to extract the surface. That's really the big thing we were after. We did a couple of little cosmetic things. And now, but if we look at that surface, let's go back to our viewer. I've got 3D view, surface file viewer. And we look at our ground, existing ground. And again, we've got the system generated contours. But I can see, again, all these flat hilltops. So I didn't, can't get anything beyond that. I can see that. And I've got some like right in here. It looks, really kind of choppy coming down that hill. So that's probably not what's really out there. Here's that little slice area that's, a little escarpment, if you will. So not the best modeling job. I look over here and there was that last one down there where it's got that big flattened area. Okay. So, spend some time trying to figure that out or recognize that that's as good as you're going to get. Now, let me show you one other surface evaluation tool, or just three-dimensional, a 3D evaluation tool that you have available in your toolkit we haven't run yet. And that is what's called a quick profile. And it's on our profile menu, the very first item at the top. Now, that's a way of looking at your data. And it does a couple of things here. It says, all right, what's the source of the information you're looking at? Screen entities, meaning 3D lines, polylines, or 2D polylines, even at elevation. But anything that has elevation, that's a standard part of my drawing. I can use that, or I can use a 3D polyline that has already been drawn. So, and then I could also use a surface file, but if you use a surface file, notice I've got first and second buttons here, so I can actually look at two different files together. So just like we had in yesterday's example, we had the existing ground, then we had those pad, ditch, pad 01, all those different surfaces, I can look at those two things superimposed over top of each other and track, how much cut and fill is based on a sectional view or a profile slice through it. So if I just choose screen entities for now and say, okay, I read my prompt and it says, pick a starting point, or you can use a defined center line or a polyline that's already drawn. So a couple of things. Let's say P for polyline. So if I say P, it says select the profile center line polyline. So I'm going to pick our little drawn polyline, and it's going to pop me into this little viewer and show me what the ground surface, or in this case, not the ground surface, but shows me what the elevations are of all of those things that I crossed. So down in my lower profile view, I see a little tracking crosshair, the blue crosshair. And as it gets, say, right in here, now let me, let me zoom this. No, I'm in a vertical exaggeration of just fit. If I were to go to a one-to-one, that's really what this land looks like. So it's not as exaggeratedly blown up here, but I'm going to zoom in down here and I can see a couple of things. Watch as I track the crosshair down below. Now watch, there's a little tracker up in the plan view part. So I'm going to come up, I'm going to approach it, and I look at the profile, I hit the little inflection point. That's where it hits the elevation and it reads it from what it's crossing there. It then climbs up and it just does a linear straight line change until it hits the next inflection point right there at that one, and then goes flat across to the other side. And that's really how that, and here it's coming back down until it hits that elevation, and then it hits that elevation, and then it's going to go flat across there. And remember the option that when we were to build these contours, we would say minimize flats. Well, here's a place where whoever built the surface did not do that, and so there are some flat contours. So no biggie, but that's what we got. Okay. So that is, again, I'm looking at, and what I'm doing to zoom this back and forth is I'm just letting the mouse hover over whichever view and then using the wheel. Okay. All right, so that's one of the things I can do, but also notice as I'm tracking, look over here on the right-hand side, I've got, it's reading the station along that alignment that I picked. It's reading the absolute elevation of where I'm tracking, and it computes the slope and tells me what that is. I also have the save button. If I were to choose that, it's going to actually save a PRO file, which is the profile that it's extracted here. And I could choose draw, and it would go over, and it would prompt me for a place in my drawing that I would click, and it would actually plot that profile. You can set and assign the different colors to, if I'm looking at two profiles at the same time, like using those double surfaces, I can tell it which one that I want to show up as the, one's white, one's red, or whatever. We'd set those up. But anyway, that's looking at that, just a real quick evaluation tool based on the little sample alignment that it's walking across. All right, so well and good. If I say exit, I'll now remember what I want to show you is right in here. This little slope, how it climbs that straight up there. Now, if I had an actual surface model, which I do, and I looked at that surface model, it might show me some variation in here if there were data in there, so really it generates the contours as you see them, but it might not be a straight line from one edge of the contour to the other edge if this were done with a little bit more care and precision using other additional data. It won't do any good to show you that it's going to look exactly the same though, because when whoever made that surface file did it, they made the assumption that, okay, from contour edge to contour edge, that's just a straight line change, right? So probably doesn't do that in real life, but you would see those differences. So I'm going to say exit, and it's going to come back to there. Now here's another option that you can do with that same command. So I'm going to repeat my quick command, and instead of using screen entities, I'm going to choose surface file. Now, this is going to look at the last thing that I had loaded in these two particular slots. One's empty, but if you were to choose, if you needed to clear one of those out, and you're only looking at one, if you just hit the button over there where it says first or second, and then just choose cancel, then that will clear that out. But I need to have something. So I'm going to go to set, and there's my phase 6 original ground. I'm going to say open. I don't have a second one. It's just going to be a single surface. I'll say okay. And now instead of picking a polyline or a defined centerline file, I'm going to pick a starting point. And I'm going to just take a look at, say, from here to across here. And I can keep going, making a sort of an alignment just like you saw there before. But now I've just drawn it into memory. And I'm just going to look at those two. I'm going to hit enter. And now you're going to see, and you can see up there in my plan view where that sample line was. Now I've got something in here, and as I come across my plan view down here, I'm sorry, my profile view, you see those same type of things. You see the flat tops on the mesas, or they're on the hillsides, just like we looked at earlier. Okay. But here's the nice little thing when you're evaluating this kind of data. Is now we got all that same information, station, elevation, slope, but I've also got this new button now called adjust alignment. And this only shows up if you pick points to allow you to move this around. Excuse me. It also shows you a new option here to draw the plan view polyline. So when we exit this viewer, it's going to draw that polyline that I picked. Right? Don't need that particular one, leave it off. But let's do an adjust alignment. And look what happens. It shows me in my plan view that picked alignment. I've got endpoints and a midpoint. And so I'm going to now just move the mouse up in here. And if I click nearer, I don't have to snap to it, but just if I'm nearer to one of the endpoints, I'm going to come up here to this end and click. It holds the other endpoint and then lets me drag this around, and I can make it longer. I can make it shorter. I can, change the direction on it. So let's put it like, say, there. And when I click again, it puts it down in this new location now. Okay. If I adjust alignment again, hit that button. If I click near the endpoint, then it's going to keep that same length and orientation and lets me move it around. And you can see it's reading that surface in real time and displaying, what that ground form looks like. So I may want to look across this river valley up here. So I'm going to move this around. And you need to do it each time you click. Let's say I'm going to adjust the alignment. If I click near that and switch it, I'm going to come up here. I can't keep doing that until I come back down and hit adjust alignment again. So you just keep in mind that that's there. Now adjust alignment. Now I can see, if you look in the profile view, see as it crosses that, what presumably a riverbed or river banks, you see it's just dead flat across the water. Okay. But so is this. right in here. See, there's a little bit of linearity or non-linearity coming in there because it's no longer flat across there. All right. So just a couple of extra tools that you can use to help you evaluate our surface. Now, I'm not going to spend any more effort on there. We've got a surface somebody made. We're just going to have to live with it. We've looked at it in 3D. We've looked at it in our viewer. We've extracted it. We've got a name for it. So that's going to be our new target when we start to do some computations. So back here, as to our steps, we've got this extracted surface model. We have that little white shaped polyline that's going to be a center line. So we want to make our center line based on that. Now there's a couple of things that it's going to be doing down here. You can see, you know, the direction of that polyline goes from the start toward the end. And we're going to actually create a centerline file. We're going to call it Main Street. And we're going to start with station 200 as its starting station. Okay, so how do we do that? And there's a couple of ways. We can go to our centerline menu and say design the centerline. If we do that, we give it a name, and we're going to call it. Now notice these are already actually in here. But I'm going to say, yes, I'll replace it with this new thing. Wants to know, you know, what layer you want to put it on, what kind of, you know, super elevations, etc. Drawing any tangents as you go around curves, etc. And then it's going to ask you to choose either by design prompts or existing prompts. If I say design, say okay. It wants a point or a point number, so I pick a point and I'm going to go over to here. And now you see some of my options down here on the command line. I can set it a bearing, I can establish a PC, a PI, etc. So I can go and build this as I'm working. All right. So I'm going to escape it. So I'm not going to actually finish that, but let's go back, repeat that command again, which was under center line, design center line. Again, I'll take that same file, take those, say okay, and this time I'm going to start up there where it started. I'm going to come down to, I'm going to type PI as my next option to establish a PI. And it says, give me a pointer, a point number. So I'm going to put that as my PI. So I built my first tangent. I've told the next point I'm going to is a PI. So now I just need to put in a curve or a spiral to transition between this and the next element. We're just going to keep simple circular curves. So I'm going to take that default. You see it's in angle brackets. So if I just hit enter, that's the same as if I type C. So it's a circular curve. And now here is asking for a design speed for that curve. Well, let's say it's 35 miles per hour. And it says the minimum recommended radius based on that design speed is 418 feet. And it wants to know the radius. Or I could give it a curve, a view distance, sight distance, etc. So by the radius, a minimum of 418, let's go ahead and just make it 500. I say okay. And all right, so it wants to know now the next one. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to pick, again, it's a PI. So pick the next point or a PI, and point number. So I'm going to click there. And see what it did is it put that 500-foot curve in there already. And do I want to do a reverse or a compound curve? I'm going to say no. I'm just going to let's establish the PC, for instance. So PC. And the PC is going to be, I will snap to the nearest, I'd say right there. Okay. And I'll go ahead and leave that in there, and it tells me I still need that giant radius. I don't have enough room to put one in there. I'm just going to make this one say a 200 foot if it will read it. And now which way do I go, left or right? And that's going to be coming down here. So my curve is going to go to the left. And then it needs to know an arc length. I don't know, let's just make it 100 feet. So there it is. It comes up to here and it lets me build this as I go along. See, because I put a PC in instead of the PI. Otherwise it would have followed right along there. Okay. So I'll say no to that. And then I'm just going to hit enter a couple of times. Let's see. There and say to exit. Okay. Now, what you've just done using that original polyline as a guide, let me make that into a center line. It is now a center line file. I can actually go to the center line, go to my center line editor now, choose that file, and there I can see, well, it wasn't showing this up, not showing the whole thing up there. But I've got, here's that first curve of 500 feet. Here is my other curve. That was that 200-foot radius. Okay. So now I didn't finish. See, it's got something weird going on because I didn't finish correctly. Anyway, that was the editing. If I double click it, it's a shortcut. There we go. So if I double click it, instead of using the center file editor, if I double click it, it brings up more what I was expecting to see. And you can see a little preview of that based on, there's that 500-foot curve. It is defined by holding the tangent points, etc. I've got the individual tangent pieces, and you can see that it's got a checkbox here down in the middle. It says tangential to the previous element. So that's what's constraining those different pieces, right? So that's one way of doing that, but there's a even simpler that I want you to always try to start thinking about is when you were designing this as a centerline object, almost everything that you're going to come up with has an option to take it from things that are already drawn in the drawing that might have just been drawn with standard CAD tools. So I have up here a polyline that's been drawn. Why not make that the alignment? Okay. But if I double click it, it doesn't do any of that alignment file editing. It brings me down here on my command line. I see I'm in the polyline edit command, which is really all it knows what it is. So, but I have an option up here under centerline that says polyline to centerline file. And I think also under profile, you've got a similar thing. You can create from, someone here's from polylines on a grid, or from different layers. So there's all kinds of ways to take things that are already drawn very simply. So I drew this polyline, went click, click, they went up here and went click, 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 and click. Boom, they're done. They're not having to answer all those different questions about, curves and PIs and design speeds, etc. So I'm going to go to my centerline menu and I'm going to say polyline to centerline file. And again, I'm going to call it Main Street. So, okay, yes, I'm going to replace it. And it says select the polyline that represents the centerline. So I'm going to pick that polyline. Now, it shows me some little temporary graphics, those arrows, and it showed me that that's the direction that that polyline was created in. So it starts in that upper part and goes the other direction. If I needed it to be in the opposite direction, then I have the option down at the command line right now to go ahead and reverse it. So it's going to make the definition start in my lower right and go up to my upper left, but I'll keep it as it is. And, you know, it's just telling me there a couple of lines up, polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing station. But that doesn't mean if it wasn't that you can't keep going because you've got this reverse option. All right, so I'm going to take this, and if I just hit enter, it's going to set my beginning station to 0 plus 0, 0. Otherwise, remember, we're going to use that 200 that it from our exercise book. So I'm going to use 200 as my centerline station. I hit enter. And it's going to read some things. You saw it flash by on the screen, and press enter to continue. And it's now created that. And if I look back here in my command line history, you can see all it did was calculate showing the station, the northing, easting, and the description. So there's station 200. There's my northing, my easting, my description is LI, which is its term for line intersection. It's the actual PI. All right, so that's there. Now, what's happened? I didn't see anything happen on the screen, but I do have, if I go to centerline editor, and I pick that Main Street again, you see now I've got that looks exactly like what you're seeing here on the screen, because it did that. It turned that into an alignment. Notice they do not have any horizontal curves in it. Okay, because you know, alignment that could be a sewer line alignment, so it wouldn't necessarily be. It just goes manhole to manhole. It's straight line shots between it. But I see I've got that, and I've got this particular line, this line, and this line. And you can see that you've got some options here. You can hold other PI points when changing the starting point. You can zoom the drawing to the current segment. That's going to go over here and zoom the drawing. Like if I choose individual segments, it's going to position that. Okay. Curve type, roadway definition, railroad definition. Up here's my starting station. So this is a place, if I'm editing, if I needed to change it, I can do so. I could even change the starting point, etc. I can look at these information down below here, and if I double click on any one of those or choose the edit button, it lets me, you know, choose where that starts and ends. I can pick it from a list of points, which I don't have any points other than, let's see, point number 1324. So yeah, that was that point that's way out off in space when I did that last mistaken edit. All right, so you can do all these. You can set and enforce your tangencies, you know, set the distance, etc., bearings. So that's where you can put in that data. Now, the other thing is, once I'm in here, I can do these fit curve. So if I get into the particular incoming tangent, and let's say I want to fit a curve. So it's going to take this tangent and look at the next one, and it's going to fit a curve in between there. We had a little previous, a 200-foot radius curve. So let's, we'll sit here and we'll say fit curve. And if I say a 200-foot and then hit tab to come out of that, it's going to compute these other values for us and give us some information. I've also got these speed tables down here that tells us, based on our design speeds, what you know, we had a 35 mile per hour design speed. And it gave us a minimum radius. And this was back earlier, it was like 418. It's based on a different super elevation rate, et cetera, et cetera. Calculate those, you know, the different tables that you can use to look that up. It's all there, and all of this table stuff is really going to do is just give you a sense of what our minimum required values. And so if I had, again, that 200 foot, I compute that there, and I'm going to say, I'll just take that and say, okay, I'm going to ignore any of those suggested minimums. And now you can see I've got that curve that got computed by fitting right in there. Okay. If I come back to this one and I do a fit curve, remember we had a 500 foot radius. And I'll say, okay. And voila, there it is. So there's that, there's that, there's that. We can double click any of those components or choose the edit button, and it gives us all kinds of things we can use to make edits and to change, etc. Now, here's where, remember our settings under Carlson configuration, we said link line work with center lines. So we had the center line that had no curves in it. I now have curves in it. I'm going to say save and exit. See what happened on screen? Is it went ahead and drew, it changed that for me automatically. Now, let's say, well, I've got this coming way up here, you know, close to the edge of my boundary. Maybe I want to foreshorten that. You know, you can pick that up and, you know, make this, you know, pull back, say, end up in here somewhere, or move it, you know, to some entirely different place. So if I were to just take this polyline and grip edit, now if I move this, say, over to here, did you see how it pulled that curve with it? And it made it enforced the tangency as you know, because it recognizes the fact that it is indeed a, you know, an alignment, a center line that was defined with those rules being, you know, the tangents is going to make sure that they're tangent to the previous pieces. If I now double click that, I see, well, okay, there's my alignment. So that was the linking. I made a change graphically and it brought that in. I now no longer have a 200 foot. Well, I'm sorry, it is still a 200 foot radius, but it's adjusted the PC and PT to be able to hold all that tangency and you know, keep getting that point into place. So it automatically updated that for us. We now have a new alignment, all of those means of working with this. Now I'm going to do one other little quick example that if we had I'm going to draw another 2D polyline just out here. And just like before, if I were to turn this, if I said polyline to centerline file, and I could fit the curves. Well, you can also do just like you would normally do with a standard CAD element. I'm just going to choose the fillet command. I'm going to give it a radius of, let's call it 350. I'll pick this leg and this leg, and let's do the same command. And let's make it say a 100 foot radius. I'm going to pick here and here. So now I've got one there. And again, though, it's just a polyline. But if I turn that into a centerline file, the polyline to centerline file, we'll just call it test. Choose this, take a bunch of stuff, and now if I look at that center line file, you see it's actually read that curve. There's my 350-foot curve. My line, there's this curve, which should be that 100-foot radius curve, etc. Okay. So the point to illustrate there, or the thing to keep in mind, is it doesn't matter. However you best want to draw these center lines, you can, and I do it this way. This is my preferred way, is I draw my stuff just with, standard CAD elements. I draw it as a polyline because I can go through that pretty quickly without having to get into design mode as I'm doing it from the ground up. And then I turn that drawn element into a center line, and I can use that to station. So if I do my station the polyline center line, just take my defaults here, I think will be sufficient. Let me see. I'll choose right here in the middle to use a center line file. I'll say, okay, choose my main street, choose my open, and there indeed is the labeling for that. And remember, our linking was linking labels with line work, etc. So if I pull this back and instead say come here, try not to be so close to that corner. Let's just go there. And now if I actually say exit that, yeah, it recomputes the stationing along there after I made that edit to the centerline file. Okay. So a lot of good functionality that will happen. And what is it? Again, when I look at this, in my properties, I see that that's just a polyline. It doesn't say it's an alignment. The only thing that makes it an alignment, Carlson knows it's an alignment. It has a centerline file. And if I were to double click it, that puts me in the centerline file editor and not the p-edit command, because Carlson knows it's a centerline. But IntelliCAD or AutoCAD, whichever you're using, doesn't know what this is beyond it being simply a polyline. Okay, so that's some of the Carlson awareness. It does it, and it does it by attaching what's called extended entity data and reactors to it. And those are things that you can see here. For instance, if you were to go to drawing utilities under the file menu, and you can remove that extended data. You can remove any Civil 3D custom objects. You can remove reactors. So it's this extended entity data and these reactors that it attaches to that drawn polyline up there that makes Carlson be aware of it as a centerline. Okay. So, and sometimes you wind up in a situation where you do need to remove those. You don't need to, you need to be able to take it back a step from what it used to be as an alignment and just turn it into pure and simply that polyline. So that's why that command's there under utilities, is if you ever need to do that. Okay. All right, so go ahead and make yourself some edits. Try that, see what you can come up with that as an alignment. And we're going to put a little quick bookmark here and take our break. And we'll come back to it, but we'll get something going here that we have it, that we're going to work with. And yours don't have to match exactly what we got going on here, but I'll take it from there. All right. So let's come back at a quarter till. We'll give us a 10-minute so we can keep moving ahead. Any particular questions on what we've done so far? Is it all comfortable and easy to understand? And
Yeah, I'm good.
okay,
I'm good.
that all right. So we'll progress that a little further when we come back. I will start the recording, and I will. So let's let's push ahead now with rounding this out. So we've sort of gone through this, and we're going to go down into creating a profile and attaching a road template to that. And we're going to do this sort of quickly, so you can get a sense of what that's look like. We'll come back to that and visit it a little more depth as we go to it. But there's a couple of different profile editors, and what you're going to see in the book they talk about is once we use the roadway editor, I mean, or either what we've got a roadway editor, and then we have a generic profile editor that allows you to choose, like, whether it's a roadway, a pipeline, or just a general type of profile design. That's a little simpler. The roadway profile editor has a lot more tools in terms of defining roadways, and we're going to pop into that one and look at that. And so then we're going to assign it a cross-section, a template cross-section, and then we will process it so that it creates a road corridor. And then we'll jump over into the grading tools and try to integrate all that into a single site. And then we'll wind that up at the end of the day with using road network. Okay, so let's make a road profile. We no longer have that. And so what we would normally do if we did this profile, and we would say create a profile from, and in this case we would say profile from a grid or triangulation surface, and that would be the existing ground. And so we would tell it to use this centerline alignment, read that surface, and turn that into a profile file that says, you know, Main Street dash EX for existing ground .pro, something like that. You can see all the different things you can do. You can take it from something that's already drawn, you can enter it on the screen, etc. But that's one thing. And then you would say design, or you would go into then the profile editor. And if I load that up, I'm just going to go ahead and I'll put one of these in here that's already drawn. It's just a very simple profile. We're going to be overwriting this in a minute. But this is the generic profile editor that has basically, we tell it, you know, if it's going to be a generic edit or if it's a roadway edit. You see how that curve, if it's generic, it takes the vertical curves out. Sewer, same thing, or it could be a pipeline, any kind of a crossing kind of stuff. So these are all different aspects of that editor. Now, to be able to then see, I don't see any existing ground. That's just my design. But I've got down here below in this section, I've got a reference center line. And if I hit these buttons here to set, so I'm referenced to my Main Street center line and my reference profile, I would choose my, say, Main Street dash EX, okay, which is, it's not going to line up exactly because I've rearranged my Main Street center line from when these files were saved. But you can see now I've labeled that in as a reference profile. It gives me something to design against. Okay. So it can all be done in this editor, but this is really for sort of a real quick one-off type of profile editing. I'm going to exit this and not save that. And we're going to go to the more advanced tool called profiles. And it's going to be a design road profile. And we're going to do it with the road profile editor. And this will look very much the same, but it has additional tools in it. So I'm going to go to my new tab, and I'm going to call this mainstreet.pro. Even though that file already exists in your sample data set, we're just going to replace it. Okay. Now, it knows because I am doing a roadway profile that I should have a roadway center line. And it suggests one of the same name if I have it, and I see that I do, and otherwise it won't let me continue. So there's my Main Street centerline file that I'm going to use. I'll say open. And it wants me to select an existing ground because it's going to actually go through and create, right, there's that, the red being the existing ground, that's as if I had created a profile from, and then loaded that in as a reference profile. So the roadway editor lets us do that, and we've got a few more nice little handy tools, and there's a couple things to notice about. First of all, let me ask, are either of you familiar with this editor? I don't want to dwell too long if you already got familiarity with it or not.
I am not really.
Yeah, could you do a brief rundown on it? I've used it once or twice.
Yeah, okay, good. So like I said, the profile or the roadway profile editor that you're in now is sort of like the other one that I just showed you originally, which is your generic profile editor, because this has some additional tools in it that are geared toward designing roadways. Things like down below, you see it's got vertical speed tables. It's got, oh, let's see, which is the one I wanted to look at. There's a button there called show sections. Now that wouldn't do anything right now because I don't have a template defined. But if I did, I could have another little window pop up that showed the cross sections. And as you track along it up here and here, and you see the little marker in the plan view, it's going to track, and those cross sections are going to dynamically update on the screen as well. So you can see your design as you go along, and you're going to get some readouts up here at the top of the screen. Right now it says my station, my elevation, my slope, and my depth. And it's a column that you'll see down here in our spreadsheet. And depth being truly that is the distance below grade. So if you have something that actually is sitting on 5 feet of fill, its depth is going to be -5 feet. You'll see that as just a computation result. Okay. So now, this being our editor here, you may notice a couple of other things. You may see there's a little green X, and that shows up if I click down here in my little station, my spreadsheet stuff. That goes to my PVI, my pointed vertical intersection, and it shows me which one I'm currently on, and it lets me type things in there. If I want to add a PVI, I can choose the insert PVI button down below, and it would put one in between here, et cetera, et cetera. There's easier ways of doing that. We'll get to those in just a second. Well, let's take a look next at the settings or the setup button down below. It's the far right on the top row of buttons. So if I choose setup, it gives me some settings that are going to govern what I'm doing here. So the first thing at the very top, it says a reference centerline file. That was if, remember, the generic editor had that button in the middle of the dialog where I could load this in. So this is basically taking a vertical design and it's tying it to the same stationing and position as that horizontal file. So it's already been set when I came into the editor. I could change it if I needed. And you can do a couple of things like this, hold the current elevation. Let me get to the help system here and see if it, under the settings, hold current elevation. When you change a PVI station or elevation, if it's on, the slope out will be changed and the elevation of the next PVI is held. Otherwise, its slope out is held and the elevation of the next PVI will be changed. So if you are if this is on, then it's going to recompute the slope as I edit a PVI in the middle. It's going to look ahead and hold the PVI, the target PVI that it's going to that elevation. If it's not checked, then when I change my station and elevation, it's going to keep the previous grade out percentage and just take that whole thing as a rigid body basically and move it, up and down in relation to the point that I'm changing. So that's just a preference on how you want those things to edit. Grid ticks, those are these little markers in the editor window, and show the reference surface, yes or no. And right now the reference surface is this ground, which was defined by it asking me to pick a surface file, which I did. It read along the alignment, it created a file for me to use as a reference surface so I can design against it, okay? And so if I have that checked, and then also come down here to the bottom portion of this set of checkboxes, and I say I want to output the reference surface profile. That's the reference surface. Now that's my red line, which is my existing grade. And I'm going to say, yep, I'm going to output that as a file. And you see right over here on the right of that, it says, well, I'm going to call it the same file name that you've called this PRO, which is mainstreet.pro, but I'm going to stick a -EX at the end of the name before the .pro. Okay. You can also at this point change the reference surface. Again, that was set when I came into the dialog. And you can also check road design parameters against a parameter file that will allow you to, see if you've enforced your good design rules. Right now, we're just going to learn the tool and not worry about it. And then you can put in a design speed, and you can display sight distance options, sight distance or K values. And then finally, if you drag the PVI in the editor, which is how we're going to make some edits, what do you want to do? You want to have it hold the length of the vertical curve or hold the K value or sight distance as you move that around. So it will adjust the PCs or the PVCs and PVTs in and out as you move that around, as the slopes incoming and outgoing grades may steepen or flatten. It will do that and hold those K values if you have that set. Otherwise, it holds the vertical curve length. So I think I'll go ahead and just say hold the K value. Now let me ask you this, actually from both perspectives. Are you familiar with K values, and do you typically design your roadways with say vertical curves? Okay, so you, Mike, are yes. Joe, how about you?
I do not know what the
Okay.
K values are.
Yeah, well, a K value is a measure. It's a computed result that looks at the incoming outgoing grades, and it's a measure of well, I guess to put it in a functional term, it basically is going to indicate your sight distance as you go either up and over or down and back up through a vertical curve. And a lot of designers have those numbers. They have a good feel for that number. Like, I'm going to always use a 50. I'm going to start with a 50, or I'm going to, or sometimes it's enforced by ordinance, or, wherever you are in your location, you have to have minimum K values or whatever. So that is the way some people like to work. I am, much like, a lot of people will think about horizontal design, and they'll think about a radius distance to give them an idea of what the curve is going to look like. Whereas I visualize that easier in my mind as a tangent distance and not a radial distance, because I know where the PI is and I know about where I want my curve to start. So I can sort of guesstimate that as a distance. Whereas my radius distance, I'd have to sort of visualize where length of that is going to go perpendicular to that incoming tangent, the outgoing tangent. So that's going to set where my curve starts and stops. It's just a different preference of how you want to compute that. So, that's entirely up to you. I'm actually, so my display, yeah, so if I choose this, display the K value, this column that you're going to see here in the spreadsheet behind it over here, which now says site distance, it would read a K value. Okay, so that's going to be just a preference is what gets shown. The actual curve itself, that doesn't change anything about the curve. It's just what gets reported here and what gets held as you move things around. Now, one other thing I wanted to show up here is a couple of these options. Is there's a show the reference surface at a left offset and a right offset. So if you do that and give it a distance away, let's say you're trying to figure out where a ditch is going to go, or you want to see, how much does this roadway, fall off or rise up away from the center line at a particular distance. So you can show those. And if I say, okay, there, you're going to see those lines show up. Okay, so that's the profile lines of the existing ground, either side, right and left. So I'm going to actually turn those off, but that's there. But here's this other thing, this show centerline special stations. When that is on, you see these green triangles along my white line in my profile? Notice where they are in relation to over here. So I'm going to get near that green triangle and you see, oh, look at that. There's the PC. Up here's the PT. And then when I come down to this curve, I get up to there, I see there's my PC and there's my PT. Now, what good is that, one may ask? It just sort of gives you a visual reference, which is, it'll help orient you, but there's also a design standard that says, it's not a rule or a law, but it says you should not have a vertical curve occurring anywhere between the PC and PT or anywhere along horizontal curve portions of your alignment. It's because if you do, it's going to wind up giving, the possibility of having what's called a broken back curve where you can see the road ahead of you as you're approaching the vertical curve and as you're going around the curve, but then part of the road ahead is hidden from view as it goes, say, up and over and back down the other side, but then it might be around a curve and you can't see that, but you might be able to see the road ahead beyond that portion that you can't see. And that's what they call that, a broken back. So it's just it's a little bit dangerous. So it's not good design practice to have those mixed in this particular class. And Mike, as you know, in Western Pennsylvania, you don't often have the luxury of being able to follow the AASHTO design standards because, we're designing on the leftover land that nobody wanted because it was too steep to build on. And we just have to do the best we can. So we'll leave them on there just so you can see them for a point of visual reference. And it doesn't do any restriction of your work. It just simply, gives it there so you can see, you can look at a glance and see if you've got a vertical curve within that and you don't want to have that. Now, the other remaining checkbox, if I hit the setup button again, is this show vertical lines for intersections. Now, that's not going to come into play yet. We don't have any intersections, but when we get to RoadNet, you're going to see those intersections show up and you're going to see the vertical line. So again, it's going to show you where that is in relation to these other portions of the profiles and let you go up there and work your way around them. Okay. Show the sag and crest points. That's just going to identify the points where the vertical curves either, break over the top or bottom out at the bottom of those things. It just puts a little purple circle there and computes it and shows the results. So those are all pretty well good. We're going to say, okay, and come back to here. Now, what happens with this design? We put into a design, we see the existing ground and I see a straight flat line from the start of the profile to the end of the profile, and it's tied in the existing ground. You can see in the column of the spreadsheet, it says depth is 0 on both ends. And that's what it does, is it starts you out with those 2 points held down on the existing ground, assuming that might be what you want. No, you don't have to. You're not stuck with that. You can change the depth, say, let's say if I, or, type in a particular elevation if you know where it's going to happen to hit. Let's say if I want to make that, say, 2 feet up in the air, you see what it did right there was to raise that up, and it gave me, some particular value. But so normally you're going to know your target elevations or your target amount that you want to design the road. So now what we need to do is to add some vertical curves in here. We need to add some PVIs. And you can do that a number of ways. Again, you can click down below in our spreadsheet and come down here and hit the insert PVI and do all of that. But we have this nice little graphical editor up here above that makes it so much easier. And remember, in our setup, I'll show you where it is. You don't have to do this part, but it says down here at the very bottom, drag PVI option. So when I use one of the tools that lets me drag that point of vertical intersection around, it's going to either hold the curve length, or hold the K value, or the sight distance. Okay, so we're going to let it hold that, and you'll see the length will adjust as I start to drag that stuff around. Now, up here with these little control buttons, right under the graphic part of the screen is how we do this edit. Again, we got pan, we got zoom, zoom extents, all of those different things are pretty much obviated because the mouse and the wheel work just like they do in the regular CAD session. Skipping over these 2 buttons that remain there for a second, we look at the PVI edit mode. So right now, if I go to drag that PVI around, what's it going to let me do? I can constrain it to where, all right, I want to hold the incoming slope or the outgoing slope, or I want to hold the station it is at, or hold the elevation it is at, or let it go free and lets me move it around in all, all degrees of freedom around that so that it can be changed. But if you have a particular constraint, you can enforce it on that setting right there. Okay. And then we also have, pardon me, is we also have then the a vertical exaggeration that you can change here. So right now it's set to fit, but you can pull that down to change how that's going to work. Now, the way that you do these edits is you've got 2 buttons up here that we skipped over. One is to add a PVI, and then the other one is to edit a PVI. So if we click the add button, just click it with the mouse and let go of it. And so now you look in the cursor up here at the top is in add PVI mode. So I'm going to add the point of vertical intersection. And so if I go to a particular location, let's say I want to come up on this rising arm here, and then I'm going to come up to here. So I'm going to sort of try to target my PVI in here. So I'm just going to sort of click right in there. Maybe right, let's say right in there. So if I click that, did you all get this message?
I did not.
Okay, so I'm going to cancel this and come back into it because it's, that happened because I was demonstrating that a minute ago. No, so I'm gonna run that again. I demonstrated in the other editor and it set up a reactor to it. So let me go to profile design, road profile editor, Main Street. Open. Yes, I replace it. I think this should work now. It's still not road type, and it can't be edited or saved. Well, let me give it a different name. Or in fact, let me see if I can just get it. Let's so type PRO. I'm gonna get rid of all of these Main Street PROs. Oh, we're going to. I guess. There we go. Now let's save that and I'll try it one more time. Profile and design a road profile. I will call it Main Street. And we'll use the center line. And we'll use the phase 6 original ground. Loaded profile is not road type. Any other thing loaded here? I don't see. Main Street CL. There's that one. Totally open surface. Yeah, I don't see any. That's the first I've ever seen that message. All right, so maybe we'll be all right. All right, so now we're going to add a PVI. So I'm going to click my add button. And I'm just going to come up here. I'm hovering the mouse. I'm not snapping to anything like this. And I'm just going to click with the left button in my drawing graphically somewhere there. And it reads the particular station and elevation and calculates a slope in. There is no slope out at that point. And I've got these snap values. It says snap resolution for station and for slope. So wherever I click, I wanted to jump it to the nearest 5-foot station, and I want to set it to the nearest 0.5% slope. That's why it says 605 is a station and a slope is 4.5%. You don't have to do any of that snapping, that's fine. But now I've got a couple of things here I can add. I can type in a required site distance and it will back calculate these other values, or I can type in a vertical curve distance. So I'm going to do that. And let's go to that vertical curve distance. So let's make that say 350 feet and hit enter. So that's going to give me a pretty crappy site distance there, but I'm in some really crappy ground. Let's maybe up that vertical curve to say 500 feet. I wonder what that'll do for us. That gets a little bit more. All right, so a vertical curve of 500 feet. Good Lord. Keep hitting buttons that I shouldn't. All right, so now, once that's done, 500, I'm going to say okay, and you'll see that it has indeed put in a vertical curve, the PVI, right here, and it's got a vertical curve, the start, the PVC and the PVT, and I can sit on that particular row and make edits to that. Now, I have violated that good design practice to where my vertical curve is entirely, it starts here and goes all the way up to here, and I look at my plane view, I'm entirely across that horizontal curve. Nothing I can really do about that, but I will make it a little less than 500 feet. So I'm going to come in here and say, let's make that, I'll go back to my original 350. And so that shortens it up a little bit like this. Okay, so I've got a vertical curve set in for that. I'm going to now go back and click the add PVI button again. And I'm going to go up here and try to sort of, eyeball in here in the middle to set my PVI up here ways. And again, let's see, that time I'll make that one, say a 200 footer. Now this is horrible, horrible design out here. I would never make roads this steep. You notice as I'm tracking in my profile view, I look up in my, the little blue line of text above it, and I see that I'm at a 17% incoming slope, and that's actually going to get a little steeper anyway, as I try to minimize this. So as I'm going along, I'm just visually putting these in. And again, if you knew, and particularly Joe, in your line of work, when you're not actually designing the road, you're just putting in what the designers have already given you. You're just going to basically fill out the spreadsheet with these numbers, and it's going to develop this for you. But we're going to take this and do a design. I'm going to add one more PVI. I'm going to come down here to try to come back into a more generalized landing. So if I click right here, and again, I'm going to give it a vertical curve distance of, let's say, 150 feet. And there we go. There's that little curve there as well. Maybe it's up that to 200 footer. All right, so it's a little bit better. I think this one, let's make 325 feet. All right, so now you can see a little bit of what's going on. So far, we've put in our PVIs. We've got, there's an incoming slope of 17%, an outgoing slope of 13%, wouldn't fly as far as good design goes. Now, how do you edit these PVI locations? Again, you can do it down here below, but we have this button up here at the top that says edit the PVI. So if I click that button, I'm in edit mode now, and it says edit the PVI, click and drag. Now, you don't have to snap to it, you don't have to grab it, it's just whichever one you're closest to, you can just come up here and say, I'm going to point to this first one. If I want to, let's say I want to lay this slope in a little closer to ground, so I'm just going to come right in here and just click and hold the mouse button down, and then move the mouse up, down, left, right. You can see what it's doing. So I'm going to lay that a little closer to the ground right in there. Okay, and I'll let go of it. Now I've got this slope is like 6.68% right there. It's not a bad slope there coming up here, but now I'm at 14%, not bad. So I'll go grab I want to move this one a little bit now. I'm going to grab that edit PVI, and I'm going to start to move that. And you can see all of those things changing. And notice the length of the curve is changing because I'm holding the K value. And if you saw it otherwise from that other setting, yeah, who's the part of the problem is that it gets a little out of hand graphically. Trying to change my exaggeration here. All right, let me change the elevation back down to, say, 200. There we go. Now let's go back to, back to fit. All right, now, so I'm going to pull this back down. All right, hang on a second. I'm going to save and exit, and then come right back into it, because I got that a little whacked out. So I'm going to pull this a little bigger now. If I see, I've actually got a case of where I need to pull this back down a little bit here, so my curves don't overlap. And now I'm going to pull that back a bit in there. There's a curve, and coming back down. So it now starts off, it stays pretty close to the ground, climbs up. I got a big bunch of fill in here, not a whole lot of cut. So I might want to sure I do have some cut. Uh, Early days, it's a little tricky. You're not going to probably have this in a real project. This is just crappy sample data, and I apologize, but that's coming from Autodesk. All right, so I'm got some cut. I've got some fill. Looks pretty good. And you can see up here at the top, I've got these stations, elevations, the slope and the depth as I track that along. You can see I'm also tracking them here as they go along. Okay, so it's a good thing. Get something like that that's sort of a good fit with parabolic curves. We're going to save and then exit. Okay, so now we have two of our components. We've got the alignment, we've got the vertical curve. The next thing we need is a
And this is Gary from the Experts. You can reach me at
okay, sorry, I've got a I had a voicemail that came in here that I'm waiting on something to hear back from a client, and it was not him. So I'll take care of that over lunch. All right. So the next thing we need is the actual cross-sectional template. All right. So we're going to use that to define our roadway process. Now, once we have that, and you can see, and we've done center lines on its own dedicated menu, profiles on its own dedicated menu, and we have sections all on their dedicated menu as well. And this involves not just road sections, but sections across site grading, all kinds of things. And then we have a roads menu by itself that has, this is where you design your templates, your cross-sectional templates. You do all kinds of other things, super elevations, topsoils, stripping, removal, etc. You've got road rehab specifics, but we have down here below in this little section right in here, two of our main choices. We've got process road design, and that used to be the only thing that Carlson software had in it. And so that's going to be basically what we would do for a single type of road, although you can do a single road in road network. In fact, once you understand these two tools, you'll probably just never use that process road design and always do everything through road network. That's fine. But let's take a look first at the process road design button. And so this is going to, yeah.
Would that road network be like if there was just more than one then?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a network of roads, and it tracks intersections and
Okay.
and dependencies that you put together based on, you'd call one a main alignment, the other is a crossing alignment. And that's really the intent that it was developed for. And as those things changed, it knows where they intersect, and it keeps the profiles at the right grades. As you raise something up and down, it will pull the other one with it. Just, really some nice features. And like I said, it doesn't have to have multiple alignments. You can use RoadNet to do a single alignment like we have here. But I want to start you off with this first one, road design file, the process road design, and then you can see how that next command is just basically a hierarchical step above this. All right. So what we have in both of these tools is a set of buttons left and right. And on the left-hand side, we've got some input files. So these are files that you either have to have or you can have to help refine that. And then the output files, after you process, these are files that can potentially hold things that you're going to, send out from that process. Okay, some are optional. And you can see down here, they say none, and there's like a super elevation diagram that you can have it to append or make new files as we go along. Same things with, sections. You can add to them or make them new. Now, so over here on the left is where you set the file. And then over here on the right are these commands to edit those particular files. Okay, so right now, I've essentially been working with this Main Street center line. So that's what is already in my center line button here. That's been identified as the file I want to use. So if I go down, the next one I need is a design profile. So I click that and it looks for, again, new and existing. It's my Main Street Pro. It's the design profile, not the EX, which was that one. You see a little preview on the right. But my Main Street profile, that's the one I want to use as my profile. So now I've got those two things set. And were I to try to process this by hitting OK, it's going to complain and tell me you don't have a template. I need a template. So those are the three minimum things that I need. So I'm going to go to my design template or template series. I click that and I've got a couple of things. Now we're going to, I'm going to take a look at a couple of little samples we have in here. There's test 2. There's a basic 2-language shoulders. Let's go ahead. Do you have this one called test? I guess you do, if I've got it, because I'm seeing curbs in there right now. Okay. So let's choose that test.tpl and hit open. So now we've got a template designed for it here, or assigned to it here. But now the buttons over here on the right are now the same button. So if I go to my centerline file up here at the top and I hit the edit button, there's that centerline editor. You've already seen that. That's the same as if I had double clicked it out here or chose it from the centerline menu. If I choose the edit profile for Main Street profile, there's that one that you saw, and you see it's the generic editor that it puts into its place. So I'm going to just edit or exit that, because Road Network will do the same thing, but it uses the road profile editor, which is really what we wanted. And now my design template series, if I hit edit there, again, it's going to give me a means of putting in these particular elements of my design template. And you can see here, all I'm defining is this top surface. I don't have any subgrades yet, and that's fine. I don't need them to do this road design. But if I do want to and calculate volumes of materials, then I would have to add those into my design. We'll do that. We'll do it a little bit later when we get to the road network. So these are particular elements. And again, here's and you see up here at the top where it highlights the portion I'm on. So I'm here at the center is my center line. Typically it's the center of the road. That's where my center line is defined. I now go to my next one down. It says EP, that's my edge of pavement. I've got a curb in here. I've got this in here called a buffer, BUF. My next one down is my SW, that's my sidewalk. And then I've got a slope start where it's going to start into the remainder is cut and fill slope. So it just shows a picture of it's going to, if it's in fill, that's what it would look like. Over here on the right, it says, well, if it's in cut, that's what it's going to look like. I look at my cut and fill buttons. Here's my fill button. It says just a simple 3-to-1. I've got on my cut side, I've got not only the 3-to-1, but I've got down here at the bottom this little ditch that I've added to it, which there you can see a little V ditch at the bottom of that slope. Okay. You can do the same thing on fill side. You can put a berm in there. You can do all kinds of things with this to get them fancier and fancier and fancier. But right now, that's all we need. And I'm just going to exit that just to show you that's how that works. Now, everything I've got, if I were to execute this with the OK button, then what's going to happen is it's going to draw out this road geometry, all of the edge of pavement, the curbs, all of those lines, but it's not going to be able to tie to anything yet because my existing surface line is blank. So if I set that up by choosing that button, choose my existing ground, I now have that. Phase 6 original ground .10. If I choose edit, there's, you see that 10 file utilities that we saw yesterday where we did things like merge, we merged the pad files into it. So that's one way that you can, sort of bypass all of those different menus that you keep tracking down, is because it's loaded into this process road design. Right now, I'm going to go down to the output files section, and I'm going to do an existing section. I'm going to click that button, and I'm going to call it Main Street EG. Yes, I'll overwrite it. And then my design section, I'm going to call it Main Street, just Main Street. If I can, I'll call it Main Street. It's so Main Street FN for Main Street final. Okay. And I think that's all I might want. I have a coordinate file button, so I could, anytime in my processing, if I choose to export coordinates that will go into that file, I can also change it on the fly if I want to later. All right, so I think that's really all I need.
Hey, Ken,
Yes.
quick question. My edit road menu is a lot different than yours.
Really?
Can I share my screen really fast?
Yeah, sure. Mhm.
I mean, it's not a lot different. But here's what mine looks like, and it's missing a few inputs from yours.
Yeah, because you're in road network. Okay, so go ahead and hit the cancel button there.
Oh, okay.
Down at the bottom of that, hit cancel and go over there in the little panel on the left. No, that little panel that's opened up where you, no, go back. See on the, no, not in the menus. Go over in the left-hand part of the screen. Down, go down, right in there. Go to that lower right button where it says exit. Go right there. Just go out of that. No, you don't want to save it. Okay, now you want to go to the roads menu right there and go down below where it says, instead of road network, you want to process road.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Got it. Yep, thanks.
you bet. All right, so now let me, so I'll put this here and show you that these are the buttons that we're going to assign. I've got my center line, I got my profile, I've got my design template series, and I chose that test.tpl, test template. Okay. And then my existing surface, I chose for that as my existing ground. Now I've got these two output files down below, which you don't need to have. They're just there. Okay. So once you've got that, go ahead and choose OK, and then you're going to see that you get another dialog box that comes.
Hey, Ken.
Yep.
I just noticed on that screen you had yours back in that road design files. Your design template or template dash series was you had none again.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, cause I hit the button and I forgot to reselect it. Thanks. I'm glad you caught that. All right.
I just wanted to, I want to make sure I didn't miss something and we were supposed to turn that back off.
No, I think I'm gonna have to hire you to come hang out and watch over me as I get closer and closer to retirement. So, so all right. So I'm going to hit OK there now, and I'm going to get this dialog box that gives me a whole bunch of options as well. I can give it a range of stations that if I wanted to only work on a particular section, I can do that until I'm happy with it. I've got some settings. I'll go up to that and I can say any special stations. I want to use the horizontal centerline stations that it's going to always drop a template at the PCs and PTs. And if I had spirals, it would do it at the, the TS and SCs and all of that kind of stuff, and CSs and STs. Super elevations, any template transitions that I might have to have, and you can add particular stations that you just might want to put a particular template drop to. Cut and fill station ranges as to where you're going to allow those, and you've got cut and fill gaps. Now the cut and fill, those are the side slopes as it goes out and finds the ground. The cut and fill gaps, this would be, I would choose add, and this would be where you're going to turn off that side catchment for a particular range of stations from station to station. Now, why would you want to do that? What's an example of where you would want to suspend the side slopes from catching the target surface? Anybody think of anything?
You had like a wall there, maybe?
Yeah, maybe, but the wall could have been modeled into the existing ground, and that would still be part of that target. But you're thinking along the right tracks. If you, what do we have?
Talking maybe like like something that's already existing there.
Well, I mean, hopefully everything's existing. Now, if you're talking about like trying to avoid something, you can do that as well, but it's really meant to turn this off so that when you build this road, you're not going to do this particular thing. And that's, put the embankment underneath the road. And where is it that you don't put the embankments under the roadways? What are you typically driving over? Like a bridge, right? Or some kind of road deck that's being held up differently than by the earth that's underneath it. So that's where you would come up to a particular station, say where the bridge abutment starts. You would establish those gaps so it turns on and off that cut and fill processing at those particular stations. Now, what good does that do to turn that off? Well, obviously it's not going to, generate some bad cut and fill slopes, but it's also going to quit accumulating material as it goes across that bridge during that gap. Okay. Now it's not only for bridges, it could be you're going through a little tunnel, whatever it happens to be. Just think in terms of you're controlling where the cut and fill or the embankment is in terms of defining gaps along the way. So you just want to turn it on and off with that particular gap. We're not going to have any, we're just going to go ahead and take it as it is. So I'm going to just say cancel on that. Again, if you change your stations up here and you could choose back to the full range and it'll tell you the whole thing. We'll take that as well. We'll take the full range. And we're going to put our station interval up to every 50 feet at this point. Existing section maximum offset. Now this means when it creates that section file, it's going to walk down the alignment, every 50 feet, and it's going to cut a cross section across that surface. How far out do I want to go? In this case, it's looking 100 feet left, 100 feet right. Well, I'm going to, I think I'm going to make that like 150 feet instead of 100, just because this particular site is so insanely steep. It might run off. Okay. And so now the template ID for the profile is normally it's the center, but you can set it to a particular ID point that's defined in the cross-section template. Now, we don't have any points called TC1, I think. That would be, let me see if I have to, I may have to make it blank. Yeah, template ID is spelled out as center. All right, so I think that'll that'll do it. I guess that was left over from maybe the last time I ran the file. And again, define your curve types, any horizontal offset that you might have, like maybe you've got a a particular grade point line that's a 50-foot offset from your actual location. So all of these different settings, we'll take these as they come right now. And in their reporting, I'm gonna look at my final station and offset report IDs. It says asterisk, that's going to report out every part of my template, my EP, my curbs, my buffer, my sidewalk, etc. And now for the drawing output options, I have this ability to, just like remember yesterday in the pad processing, we could say, let the command generate the triangulation file, the triangulate and contour type stuff that we did yesterday. After we had the 3D line work drawn, we went through and gathered it all up and made our surface. So that's what I was saying. There's two different ways of doing a surface generation, typically. And one is that you gather up elements that are drawn in the drawing already and say, build a surface out of this, or you let the computer create a surface based on the results or the output of running a command. This is one of those second type options. So we're going to let it triangulate and contour a file. And right now we need to tell it the file name to use. So I'm going to hit my set button. And it's going to put me in this file, or this dialog box that you're sort of familiar with. It's similar to what we've been looking at yesterday. The biggest thing that I want to do is on my triangulate tab, I want to make sure I write a triangulation file. I choose select, and I'm going to make sure I'm in my folder. I am, and I'm going to just call this one main. So you can see the letters main, street, surface, surface. All right, we'll just call it something like that. And we'll say save. All right, so that's going to be the file that it's going to generate. Now you can do all of these other things up here if you want, trim, contours, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go to my contour and labels. Now again, my contours, if I draw those, and I would typically do this after the fact, but let's see, this is road dash CTR and road dash CTR INDEX. Well, let's go ahead and turn them on. We'll draw them anyway. We'll make sure our interval is at 5 feet. And we'll just, so you can get a better sense of what that looks like. So that's good to go. I'll say okay. And now, just like pad, you've got the option to merge this into the existing ground. Again, we won't do that. I'll leave it separate and merge it through utilities later. And then you can also label the profile along the center line so you can see where your vertical curves start and stop. No need, I'll leave that alone. And now the output surface is, right now I've only got a top grade, so that's really what I want it to be sitting at. But I can also, and Joe, this is more in line with what you do, is I could output the individual subgrades. So if I put in, my asphalt, my top coat, my seal coat, my top coat, my binder course, my wearing course, and then my binder course, and then my the main thickness, then the stone aggregate under that, and then the compacted subgrade. All of those different things I can define in that template, and I can have this automatically generate those as fully defined surfaces that are a lot more accurate than if I just take the top grade and then do a dial down on my machinery. You know, if I'm out in the field and I've got a surface, my road surface, I know that I need 12 inches to build my road bed. So I'm not gonna, you know, and a lot of contractors will do that. They'll just take that top surface and then they'll do a dial down on their blades and, you know, set it to go lower than that definition. And then they know that when they put everything in place, it will come back. So this way you're going to get the actual bottom of the subgrade and each one of those different subgrades. So if you're out there doing those particular finishing stages, you have those surfaces to choose from. Okay. Now, again, we'll leave it that. And you got some controls. You can set, you know, all the different layers that these things are going to go on, different colors, different stuff. You know, you can explore that a little more at your depth. Erase any previous road entities, draw the cross-section polylines. I'm going to turn that off. That's just going to draw the every 50-foot perpendicular lines across. I know where they're going to be. I don't need to see them. I think that's what that is. Yeah, that's it. Then I can draw the subgrade polylines and restrict it to certain ones or all of them. And those are all of the things in the subgrades that are going to be generated as 3D line work if you want to see them or not. Any template, slopes, cross-section, slopes, cut and fill, direction arrows, all kinds of different things that you can do. We'll just leave this as this is and say, okay. And when that happens, see, it's going to start working. And it says, okay, here's your stuff. There's your files. Here's my processing station range. I've got 26,500 yards of cut. I've got 16,000 yards of fill. I've got a cut to fill ratio of 1.6. Disturbed area, I mean, you can read those as well as I can. And it also accumulates the material that was defined in my cross-section template as my curb. And it knows how much concrete goes into building that curb. Now, if I had other things in my template, like, you know, stone aggregate, asphalt, top coat, top course, you know, all of those different things would be accumulated and you'd see them in this report as well. Okay. So I'll say exit from that. And now here's a little fuller report on a station to station final surface section report. So this is the actual cross section. You may or may not have that turned on to read it, but there it is. Now, look at what has just happened down here below. And if I look at my F2 to bring up my command line prompt history, I see when I ran this, it ran this command called eworks, and it is doing all these particular a hard time. Oh, that was back when it was trying to, you kept giving me those messed up program or messed up responses on that file because it was pointing to a different file location, Drive E, Carlson Civil Training, Main Street, and I'm at a different location. All right, so anyway, mystery solved for that. We've now since pointed it correctly. All right, and then it's running road profile, and it's running the profile stuff, and then it's running, you know, all of this stuff you can see happening. Now, right here, it says, warning, it's skipping a ditch. Remember, the ditch was drawn in areas of cut. And so this is saying, okay, I'm going to stop putting the ditch there because I'm now above the ground. So I'm not going to transition into fill areas. Okay, so See little messages like that, that you can just, without consequence, you can ignore them, but you see what's going on in the background. So now that's happened. Now, I'm going to go to my particular layers here, and that was my road contours. I'm going to set them up so we can see them with a little more contrast. Type is RD. I've got my index contours, I'll make red. My intermediate contours, I'll make yellow. And let's give these a little bit of weight. I think that should work. Make sure I turn on my view displays. All right, so there's my contours. Now you see the existing contours underneath. You see these drawn contours, and again, they're just drawn polylines. And I've got this guy, I've got several things here. I've got a line, a 2D polyline. It's on a layer called perimeter. And that was much like a shrink wrap after it does the processing. And then there is a 3D polyline all along that edge, which is the tie line. That's the line where my slopes intersect my existing ground. Okay. So all kinds of things that are in here. And again, what's one of the things I want to do when I am doing design is I always want to go in here and verify that things are sort of what I am expecting. Again, I'm just looking at the drawn elements here, but you get a sense of that's looking like it should look. It comes across the valley, it's in fill. It goes through the hills, it's in cut. Okay, and if I add to that my main street surface, then there is that particular thing. This is really not necessarily bright. Let's see, let's make it out. I'm going to darken it down a little bit. All right, so that's there. It's also I guess it's all right. Thought it might have had some transparency. And again, there you can see everywhere that gets built. All right. So good little test case here. And it just again starts and stops here on the ground. Now, in this case, with this particular tool, if I wanted to say, put a cul-de-sac out here, then I would have to go to my, maybe my survey tools, or I think, let me see if I've got any particular specific cul-de-sac tools here. I don't think so in this one, but I'll show you how easy it is to add those things to it here when we look at the road network later. So let's just take a look at the section files that we had. And I'm going to go to my sections menu. I'm going to look at my section file editor. And the section file I want to look at is going to be, I'm going to look at my Main Street final. There it is, already pre-selected. And I'm going to say, look at that. And there's all the sections, all the data in it. But I'm going to use this. Now it's already established my reference center line based on that result of running the road network. And I can use a reference section. So I'm looking at the design, but I want to compare that to my existing ground sections. Okay, so they're going to match up. Now, if I look at a particular station, there's my first one. And you can see it's right down there, sort of on the ground. And as I walk through my template, you can see where it is. So a little bit of fill here, a little bit of cut on this other side over here, where we just got the ditch in and came across those particular values. But notice this, there's my slope start, there's my sidewalk, there's my buffer. Then I've got some subgrades as it goes through the curbing. There's my curb point. And those are the top surface curbs. There's my edge of pavement. There's the center, and then I go off to the right-hand side. And I do all these, it computes the slopes and the depths, etc. I've got all that kind of good information. All right, so I'm going to also, let's come back here and look at it. So it's centered. And we can actually edit these points in here and modify our design based on section editing. Show subgrades or not. So if I turn that off, you see the curves go away for the subs. You only get the tops, but now it puts them back. And then let's take a look at this little guy down here. Is I can go to a particular cross-section of interest by sliding this around. See, and it's going to every time it finds a new section. There's 5 plus 50, there's 6 plus 0, 0, there's 6 plus 50. You can type that in as well. You can check a particular offset and good to go. Now, one of the buttons here at the bottom says drive. So if I click that, I give it a design speed. Let's just rip through this at 45 miles an hour. And let's not zoom all. Let's focus on the offset range. No, let's just leave it at that, center the section. And we'll hit OK. And now you can see as, stop that a minute. Back here and give it a little, let's give it a 2-time vertical exaggeration. And now we'll drive, and this time we're going to let's do this zoom all. So it keeps it centered. So you can see it's driving down the road. And all it's doing there when I choose that drive is it's stepping through all of these different files. So if I come off of that and I look at these individual ones, that's the same thing as I'm going to just start at that one. So now you see my slider is up. So that's what this editor is doing. Now, let's say I needed to look at what's going on at 8 plus 25. I don't have a section cut there, but I can interpolate that and it will create one for me as I go through it. Okay, so a really nice, powerful section editor here as I go through that. But those are the files that we've told it to kick out and generate. And there they are. We have a surface made from the road, and which was the top of that surface. I could then merge it into my existing grade. I can contour it, and you can see all of that, a lot of that stuff I went ahead and did already, where I can see my tide contours. Okay. Now, I want to give you an idea of something to think about here. I'm going to first of all save this drawing. Is when we yesterday when we were working on surfaces, we did a lot of merging. Like we merged the pad into the existing ground and called it a new target surface, called merged or whatever that we called it. Now we can do the same thing here and use that to redesign some contours, etc., things like that. But if we decided to, let me freeze these particular contour layers for a minute now. And let's go back to the surface menu and contour from a tin file. And let's use that phase 6 original ground. And this time I'm going to turn on this use inclusion exclusion. I'm going to check my, there's my 2 layers. They're on a different layer than the road. So that would be what I'm looking to do. And I'll say, okay. And now it says select entities, but I'm going to select the inclusion. And I could select this overall boundary out here for the inclusion, or since it's going to stop at the edge anyway, I'm just going to hit enter. But now it wants to know an exclusion. Well, at this time, I'm going to select this, and I want to choose the perimeter because it's a wrap around everything else. So it's not going to contour the existing ground under the road. And so now you can see the contouring comes up and ties going across there, and you don't see where they originally went all the way through here before. So that's a way of sort of visually indicating the merging of those 2 surfaces without actually having to do the merge. Okay, so just a couple of techniques to keep in mind, right? So I'm going to erase those. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I had this stipulated for 3D faces, so I turned that back on. And now I'm going to bring back those original drawing contours just as a reference point, okay? So that's basically what we do when we process a road. We get a center line, we get a profile, we get a template, we set up the controls and then we tell it to go and include automatically everything that comes out of that process, the surfaces, the drawn 3D lines. And again, these are 3D lines. If I just come across here and look at that in my 3D viewer, you see there's a case where, you know, I picked up some of those ditch edges. I've got my sidewalks and such as part of that line, and you can see it's all done in proper fashion. I'm trying to get an idea so you can look at those curb lines. It comes center line out to the edge of pavement, up and back to establish the curb. It's a little bit hard to see in there because there's so many things that are drawn. You've also got the subgrade lines drawn underneath the curbs themselves. So if I do this, let's go back to roads, process road design. Just say okay. And now this time I'm going to not draw the subgrades. Make sure I say erase previous. I say okay. And get my reports. And now, if I were to look at the stuff, I should have those subgrade lines turned off. And we should be able to visualize the curbs a little bit better. So that you can see. Comes down there and then comes down the gutter pan. All right, let me point to this in here. It comes from the center line to the edge of pavement. It comes down to that's down the gutter to the face of curb, climbs up to the top of curb and goes over to the back of curb. Then it has that buffer to the sidewalk, and then it starts the cut slope or fill slope. Okay, so it's generated all that, and we typically would freeze some of that stuff off, you know, for our final drawings, but everything's there and done, and it created the file, the surface file for us from all that information. Okay, so That's the way we used to do it. We'd do it one at a time for each individual road. We'd have some work to do to clean up intersections and such, and RoadNet is going to take care of that for us. And we'll look at that here after our lunch break, which we're a little bit late getting into. We'll get our full hour. But when we come back, we're going to then go into some of these grading tools, some of which you've already seen, but we're going to do a little bit of sort of, more advanced editing on that stuff and how you would use that to tie some things in. And then we'll look at RoadNet to finish out that particular setting. So let's come back at a quarter after, so we get our full hour in for lunch, and we'll pick up from there. Any questions at this stage?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. I will resume and we will push ahead with this. So what we're going to do is basically a lot of the stuff we did actually yesterday with the design pad template. So but we'll look at a couple additional tools that we sometimes might get into play here. So we will, let's see here, no need to really open a different file. We can keep this in our road design file and just look at making sure there's nothing new in there. All right, so what are we? Looking at, yeah, so surface draw. All right, so we won't go through these steps just for time's sake, but here's a real good example. You might make a little note of this. Is starting on page 66 in these grading tools exercises. There's a little step through process that says, you're going to erase by layer and you're going to erase all of those roads and all that kind of stuff. And then actually extends that discussion, says, let's just erase everything in the drawing. And that's to illustrate the point that you can redraw all of the stuff that was there. You can generate that. You can generate the contours from the surface file. You can generate the center line from the center line file. You can generate the stationing just by labeling the center line file. So all of those different things you can recreate based on reading those files. And that's what this little discussion, the first 4 steps, take you through, and I'll let you work on that on your own. But we're going to bring in a building footprint, and we're going to put a pad around it with enough room to catch the slopes, et cetera, et cetera. And there is a file called building footprint that we can help in placing our building in there. So let's do that. Let's open up that building file. Now there's a couple things you can do. You can XREF it in and then bind it. You can insert it as a block that's pre-exploded. Or you can open the file and you can copy to the clipboard and then paste back to the original coordinates. So I'm going to do it through a standard insert from a block. And you can go to the draw menu and choose insert. And when we do that, let's look in the from file and let's browse and find our file in our folder. And this is going to be the building footprint. Work. And when that comes, let's see, did I get the right? Oh yeah, okay. So we got this building footprint from file. The insertion point box I'm going to clear so it goes in the same location. Same thing for the scale and the rotation. And I'm going to also check that I want to explode that block when it comes in so that it's not a little single unit. It's going to be whatever made that block up. So I'll say insert, and then you should see our block, put in our my proposed building layer. Let's beef that up. Oh, a little bit. There we go. You should be able to see something like that. Okay, so then back to this. The next thing we're going to do, instead of just setting that building footprint as a pad, we're going to put it on a pad. So we're going to actually create this black outline that you see down here on the other page as the pad that we're going to put our building on. So we're going to go to our 3D data menu and choose draw building envelope polyline, and we're going to set our offsets to 10 feet. And I think that's all that we need for that. There was something else I wanted to talk about this. I'm trying to see where it's discussed in the document. Just so we can be exactly the same thing, but still that is 10 feet. There's, I think this one had on the back end of it, I think we pulled it up to 2 feet instead of 10. And somewhere I thought we discussed that in here. Oh, notice the pad polyline bearing offsets only 2 feet at the front, but 10 feet on the other sides. Oh, okay, so that was using this as another this grading design to DWG, which had that item modified. So let's go ahead and just do the steps from in here. So we've got our building shown. Let's go to the 3D data menu and let's draw a building envelope polyline. And we're going to put this on, I'm just going to put my layer as my building pad, and we're going to set the offset to be 10 feet. Okay, and then you can prompt for each side offset and prompt for an elevation, all that stuff. We're not going to worry about those. We're just going to prompt for, so we're going to set a 2 foot on this side, but 10 feet all around, and we'll say, okay. We then choose our building, hit enter. Now it's marking a particular segment. You can see the lines there and it's set to being 0. So that particular segment, I'm going to do a 2 foot offset. And now it's going to go to the next line, which the glyphs are supposed to update. They did not, but let's try 10, then 10, then 10. Yeah, those little arrows should have switched to the different sides, but at least we knew this one was 2 and 10, 10, and 10. So what it does is, do I want to draw another building envelope? No, I'm going to leave it like that. So what this does is it takes this, whatever shape we have as a building, and it goes to the outermost extent. So it's as if we had drawn a rectangle that from here kept going over to here and came back around. So that's the furthest extent. It makes it rectangular. It doesn't actually offset this building a particular set of distances, but we can do that with another command I want to show you real quick. If I go to, I'm going to set my color to green. So if I want to do this variable offset. I'm going to go to my edit menu and go to offset, and I'm going to choose multiple offsets. I'm sorry, not multiple, but edit offset variable offset right here. So do I want to vary this at each corner or by the lines themselves? So I'm going to use the line segment. So I'm going to choose lines. So I'm going to offset this building and select the side to offset. Well, let's go on to the outside as well. And now you're going to see that marker is going to ask for the offset. So I'm going to make these offsets say 15. And there's the where it moves to the next segment. I'll make that one also 15. And that one I might say, well, let's bring that one back to 10. And now this one, let's put that back up to 15. And then finally on that one, we'll make that one also 15. And then finally for our last one, let's make that one 5. Okay, and so that I'm going to, show you that distinction. So there's the difference between a building, this one, building envelope polyline, that's rectangular only. And that's what our white line was done. And it also gives you some options when you run that command to give you, you can go ahead and set elevations on those as you do that as well. But right now we did not. We just set it out here on the ground at 0. But so this offset here, remember it's 5 across the front of the building here. It's 15, 15, only 10 here, 15, 15, and then back to 5. So if we were to do that with standard CAD tools, we would have to offset. First of all, we'd explode this building polyline, offset each one 5 feet here, 15, 15, 10, 15, 15. And then we'd trim off the intersections and then rejoin that back as a polyline. And that would work because all we wind up with here is a simple polyline. You can see my properties. Yeah, but that's just a tool that helps you do that as well. One of the options on that variable offset is instead of going by line segment, you could say by point. So you can have tapered offsets as you walk your way around that structure to offset it, okay? So I'm going to select that little example and delete it. So we've got our building pad. Now, to establish that, just like we did before, let's do a design pad template. And it's on our surface menu, design pad template. We use the surface file, we'll go to the outside. And we are going to, let's not calculate earthwork or the surface yet. We'll round, erase, we'll draw the side slopes, color the side slopes. And we're going to call this on a pad layer, we'll just call it pad. And no trimming, so all that should work. We'll say okay. Now, just like we did before, we're going to pick the pad polyline. We're going to pick the ground file that we want and give it the fill slopes. Let's just stick with 3 to 1s. And it's going to ask us, because we haven't set an elevation yet, to set the elevations along the pad, and they range. We read the line above, it goes from 98.92 to 122.58. So about halfway in between there is like 112. So let's say we did a 112. Well, let's give it a little addition, 112 1/4. And so there now is our initial 112 1/4. Side slopes are 3-to-1s. You can see I'm in cut where it's red, I'm in fill where it's blue, and I want to adjust and redesign. Well, let's go ahead and yes, do that, and we'll balance it. We'll keep the slopes on the top of the pad. Offset the pad. No, I want it to balance. Okay, it's not going to let me do it because it's not going to let me do that in this particular step. So I'm just going to say no. So what I will do, the reason it didn't let me do that in this step was when I did the pad, I did not have it calculate earthwork. If I had, it would then offer to let me balance it there. So let's do a balance with our surface edit pad template. And we just pick that pad, which is the one that's on layer pad. There's our initial elevation, our cut slopes, fill slopes. We hit the process button. And we see we're a bit out of balance. So let's do a balance. And let's just set it to 0 and say, okay. So it slightly shifts it a little bit to reach balance, and it changes the elevation of the building to almost, or the pad to almost 114. It's just under 114. That's good enough for me. I will then exit that. Process. So there now I've built that pad. Now, if I were to then design a little parking lot over here to the side of this, where's that parking lot going to tie? It's going to tie into, of course, the existing ground. But if it needs to tie into the existing ground over in this area, I've already got a building built over here. I really need to tie into this building pad. So a couple of approaches there. I can, design my parking lot, call that a pad, and tell it to go out and target the existing ground. But in this case, my existing ground or my target surface, I need to add this surface, which I have not built yet, the one from the pad. I would merge that into my existing ground, and I would call that sort of a temporary target surface. And then that parking lot would then target the existing ground everywhere it hit existing ground. But anytime it hit this portion of it, it would now be part of the surface, and that would be where it would target. That would be a valid approach. Okay. But we're going to do something slightly different here. So I'm going to, instead of calculating that surface and merging it, I'm going to, let's do an erase by layer. And if we have anything in here, I'm going to clear, and I'm going to select from screen. I'm just going to grab that pad polyline, one of those, and I'm going to say, okay. And so it's going to clear out that 3D line work that it built already. Now, I had this pad polyline. It's no longer a pad per se, but it's on this building pad layer. Now I'm going to draw a parking lot in relation to that pad polyline. Well, I'm going to set that pad elevation up to, I had like 13.9 something or other. I'm just going to select it, and I'm going to set it to 113.9, just flat out. And to do that, now I can make that a 2D polyline and have it set, or I can convert that to a 3D line. And I need to do that because of the way I'm going to set my parking lot here in a minute. So I'm going to go 2D to 3D polyline by start and end elevation. And I'm going to select my polyline here. And it wants to know that starting elevation, I'm going to call it 113.9. And now I can set a particular slope, direction, and all that kind of stuff. I'm just going to keep it level, so I'll keep it at 0. And it then created that at 113.9 all the way around, and now select another polyline, select another polyline to assign. I'll just hit enter to finish. And now when I select this, I see that it is a 3D polyline. And if I click in my little vertex box and keep an eye on my Z value, you can see that each one of those, oh, I lied. Must have missed something here. Okay. So always a good reason to check. In fact, if I were to look at that visually, there we go. So I see that it had, actually it started here and it came around and there's a little vertical component. So, so let's resolve that. So how do I do that? I need to edit those elevations, and I can do this very simple with just 4 vertices, or in which case I think I've actually got 5 because I got an endpoint over the start point. So I could then set that individually. I could just, for each one of these things, go down here and type in a value. But instead, I'm going to go to my 3D data menu. I'm going to assign, or I'm sorry, polyline elevation editor. I'll choose my polyline, and there it is. It's holding the start and the end. So if I just unclick the end control, it now makes it flat all the way around. And I'll just say, okay. And now when I select it and I step through, I'm going to see that they're all sitting at 113.9. Okay. So now I've got a 3D polyline at a constant elevation around my building. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to establish this parking lot based on let's see, where we're in the first step. So we do the same thing. We're going to set the building to a particular elevation. In relation to that as well. So what I want to do now is I've got my pad polyline at 113.9. I'm going to make my building just a wee bit higher. Let's see, I'm 2 feet away here. And if I'm at a 5% slope, that's going to raise that up, what, a 1/10? So that'll give me a 5% downslope away from the building. I think I'm at two feet there. So instead of 113.9, I'm going to make that one 114. That's going to be my building finished floor elevation. So I'm going to set that again. I need this to be a 3D polyline because of what I'm going to do next. I could just set the 2D polyline at that elevation, but I'm going to go ahead and create it as a 3D so I can use that in my next step. So I'm going to go to 3D data, and I'm going to do that same thing I did before, 2D to 3D by start and end elevation. I'm going to pick my building, and I'm going to call that one 114. I'll hit enter. Percent, a ratio, or an ending elevation value. That's what happened the last time I left it at 0. So I needed to do this. Now it's done. I hit enter and I look at this building and my individual components, and I see everything's at 114. Okay, so I'm in good shape. All right. So it's sitting slightly above the pad line itself. And I want to establish my parking lot in relationship to the building finished floor elevation. So I'm going to create a line here. I think, do we have the distances? I don't think so. Let me get a little sample here for a second. Let me open up a file. I'm just going to open this file called Grading Design 2 over here separately, just to be able to borrow some of this information. So I'm going to select this, which is a standard polyline elevation 0. And I'm going to right click and choose clipboard copy with a base point of 0,0, hit enter. Go to my tabs at the top, switch back to my file, right click, clipboard, paste to original coordinates. So there now is going to be my parking lot footprint, but I haven't set elevations on it yet, which is what we'll do here next. And it's going to be an elevation relative to the building, and it's going to have a slope on it. So it's a nice little tool. So let me see what layer that is on. Proposed PKG for parking. So C dash proposed dash parking. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set that parking lot perimeter to be 3% below the side of the building at the starting point, but it's also going to run down parallel to that line, but at a 3% downslope. Okay, so that is going to be done with this command. We're going to do 3D data menu, 2D to 3D polyline by slope from a reference. And we'll choose the 3D polyline as the method. We're going to select the parking lot perimeter as the one to assign and the building pad as the reference. That's why we made it the 3D polyline. So let's go to 3D data, 2D to 3D by slope from reference. So a reference is a 3D polyline, and we'll say, okay. And the one we want to assign elevations to is our parking lot, so we select that. And we don't hit enter to finish because it now asks us to select a reference 3D polyline. That's our building outline. So I'm going to select that. And now it wants to know the slope percent. And I'm going to put -3% so that it starts 3% down in relation to where that started. And then I'll hit enter to finish that. So now this line, you see where it's picked up these additional points. If I look at that and my building in my 3D viewer, you can see that what it did. I'm going to give it a little vertical exaggeration. It looks like it's 3% off the building, but then once it got past the building, it started the downslope here around to the corner, and it brought itself back up here and back, climbed back up to that corner. So I've got a couple of little kinks in my parking lot as it came across that line. So it's 3% off the edge of the building and basically comes parallel down to it and around to the corners. So I used that to really establish this point as 3% away from the building. Now, what I want to do next is I want to kind of take out those little kinks, and we'll establish these down slopes on our parking lot. So to do that, I'm going to do the polyline elevation editor, choosing this item that I want to create. Now, what would be more convenient for me is if the corner of my parking lot was up here, starting in this corner. Right now, you see that goes from, it's actually starting back here in this corner. There's a 1 underneath the 14, and it's the same elevation. You can see it right there's the one that lit up, and it's at a 111.9. So that goes up to 13 and comes all the way around and comes back down to 14 based on all of these slopes, and everything is locked down to be the same. So what I want to do is I can either, compute this distance away. My 13 is 113.7. So that would be what this one would also need to be if I wanted to keep that one flat. But I want to hold this elevation here at 13 as my starting point, and then push the slopes this way. But notice the count. I go from 13 to 12 to 11 to 10 to 9, come back this way. So I need to reverse that direction. But if I do that, then point 1 is still going to be here where point 1 is, but instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of counterclockwise, it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and back around like this, which is sort of what I want, but I really want point number 1 to be up here where point number 13 is. Okay, so I'm going to cancel the edit. I used that to see where my start stop was. And I've got a command under my edit polyline utilities where I can change the origin point of that polyline. And if I could draw the start and end, and it would label this corner up here. But what I want to do is to edit the polyline, and I want to set the polyline origin. So if I do that, I now select my polyline. Now pick near the new origin point. So I'm going to just grab that point there and enter to finish the command. Now, when I look at this and I select it, I'm going to look at my vertex count. You see now point 1 is there, point 2, and it comes around backwards. Now there's a couple of ways I can change the direction that it comes around, which I'll do next. Is you can actually go to polyline utilities and you can reverse it. You can do that here, or you can even do it in the polyline editor all in one step. So 3D data, polyline elevation editor, I choose this. It pops up. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I want to go the other direction. So I'm just going to come up here and hit that little icon there at the top middle of the row buttons where it says reverse polyline. I'll do that, and you'll see now it says 13, but there's a 1 underneath it at the same elevation. That's why you can't see it because the label is exactly the same. So it goes, oh, did I do it that right? Nope, it pulled point number 1 back to here. 1, 2, 3. All right, let me hit OK there. I've now reversed my direction. Let's go back to edit polyline utilities, edit polyline, set the origin. So let's come here and then pick that, and let's see now if I've got it reversed. I may have to do it with that other. If I go from 1 to 2 to 3, there we go. Now there's point number 13 and point number 1. Okay, so 1 to 2, back to 1, back to 13. All right, so that's what I wanted. So now that I've got that established, go back to 3D data, my polyline elevation editor, and I'm going to choose this. And I'm going to clear out these intermediate vertices because I don't need it. They were set because they were offset from this geometry down here. So I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to uncheck all of these as control points, and even that one. And so now it's sitting at 113.7, which was the initial 3% down from the corner. So I'm holding that, but now I'm going to actually, because these are in line, I can delete them. So I'm going to come up here, this little icon says delete the selected vertices. Well, first of all, I'm going to find there's 2, 3, 4. So those are the 3 that are selected. You see they're solid in their little claim. I'm going to come up here and say delete those vertices. They're now gone. And I'm going to skip over this now new 0.2, and I'm going to go to 3 to 4 to 5. Select them and delete them. I now have my 0.3 is now on that corner, so I want to get 4, 5, and 6 and delete them. So now I'm down to 4 corners. I'm all set at 113.7. So what we'll do is we're going to set this back corner level with the front corner. So that's my last point. I'm going to just come down here and lock its elevation. So now they're both at 113.7. So now if I go back to point number 2, I want to establish point number 2 as being 3% down below point number 1 so that my water is going to drain this direction. So I select number 2 in my little spreadsheet here, and for the slope, and it's the slope in, that's going to be a -3%. I'll type that in, hit enter. And so now it puts that as my slope in. And now to get back to these other elevations, from number 2 to number 4, it would have to climb at 2.308% up to this corner and then continue 2.308% up to this corner. Okay. So that could be what we want to do, because now point number 2 or point number 3, you see, is slightly higher than number 2. So, but this back slope down this long way here is 2.3%, whereas over across the front, it's at 3%. So we can set it like that and live with that, or you could set number 3 to be flat with number 2 if you wanted. So it just sheets, perpendicular, but now it's going to start up here sort of parallel to that back edge, but there's going to be a slight tend toward this corner down here for my water to drain out that corner. And that's going to be what I want. I'll take this as I have it, and I'll say, okay, now I've established these 2 things in relation to that. And I've again got my vertical exaggeration on here. You can see I've got my building. I'm 3% below the corner of the building here. And the building stays flat, but I go down to the 3%. And then I'm climbing up a little bit to this corner, but to this back corner, it's level with the front corner. But you can see it's sort of a warped surface. Okay, and that was what my intent was. I'll put my exaggeration back to 1. So you can see it's not terrible, but it's enough to let it drain. So now we're ready to do the grading. And now in the exercise, it had you come in here and actually change some different numbers, and the building was at a different number. But we've actually used some slightly different numbers. So we're going to skip over that particular one. So what we're going to do next is we're going to do a design pad template, but we're going to choose process multiple pad polylines. So it will take care of, just like we discussed, if I had done the building pad, merged that into my existing ground as a temporary target surface, and then did the parking lot pad and say, target that temporary merged surface as its target. Well, so I can do all this now in one step as part of that design. So I'm going to use this process multiple pad polylines, and we're going to say choose the setup and set the parameters as follows. So we're going to establish the layers here. I've got my proposed parking, and I've got my proposed building pad layers, and I'm going to establish cut and fill slopes, and they can be different values for each one. And the order in which these layers appear are the order in which the pads get processed. So in this case, in this example, the building gets processed first, goes up there and does its thing into the existing grade. But then in memory, it merges that pad into the existing grade, and then it goes to the, or I'm sorry, the way we've got it shown here, the parking lot's done first, not the building. And then the building then would take over, and it would target that new in-memory only temporary surface to get where the parking lot grades into the existing ground as well. Okay, so and then you can change the order of those particular pads as you go along. Now, what that's good for is, let's say you've got a little subdivision here with a bunch of building footprints, or you've got a little industrial site, you've got a building pad, you've got a little drainage pond, you've got, you know, some other kind of things that you're trying to grade in there. And you don't want to go through all of that surface merging and temporaries and all that kind of stuff. So you just set them in, you say, like, maybe I'm going to build my build your pond first. And so it takes care of making that my temporary target as I go and pick up the next one, then the building pad. And so when it does maybe a fill slope down the hill to where it's going to hit the existing ground, it will also run out of the existing ground and start picking up where the pond grading was in effect. Okay. So it takes care of all that for us, and we don't have to track it and all those little temporary places. So we will go to our surface menu and do a design pad template. And this time we are going to check right here in this box right toward the middle, process the multiple pad polylines, and we're going to choose setup. Now again, and this is left over from the last time we ran it. So I'm going to make sure I get the right ones that I'm looking for here. And I'll just take the proposed parking. I'm going to click that little dot, dot, dot to let me choose a layer. And this one was, I'm going to make it the building. So that's my actual building pad that I'm going to use. And that's this white line around the building now. So I'm going to use that one. And I'm going to make those side slope 3-to-1 for cut, 3-to-1 to fill. And then I'm going to choose my proposed parking. And I'm going to also give that just 3-to-1s all the way around now. So in our example now, we've got the building pad will get built first, and the parking lot's going to seek out the building pad. I'll say okay. And we'll just call this, a layer called pad dash building dash parking. Just for yucks, we'll say okay. And it wants to know my target ground, which will be this one. Now, notice we've got this, we also had this surface out here for the road. If I was anywhere near that road and knew that I needed to get that, I would have to have merged that in and made that part of the target, part of that target surface. But I'm going to safely be able to land out here before I get there. So I'm just going to go to my existing ground and it's going to go. Now it wants me to select the pad perimeter polylines. Okay, so I'm going to, this is going to be the one edge here. And this is the other one that I'm going to use as my pad outlines. I'll say enter. And you notice the building got built first, and then the parking lot targeted that and built it accordingly. You see, we've got some overlap in here, and that's the part we're going to need to fix. Okay, so you could create a new surface. We're going to just say none for right now. And we're going to take a look at that. So I'm going to go to view, isolate layers, and I'm going to pick the pad building parking. I'll get my building. I'll get my parking lot. Let's see, what else do I want? I think that should be about it. Let me make sure I get the building pad itself. And I'll hit enter. So now I've got everything here, and let's take a look at what kind of geometry it created. So I'm going to select everything. I'm going to go to my 3D viewer. And I'm just going to see if I can get some insights in here. If I spin this up and around, I can see right here. All right, so remember, our corner of our parking lot right down here was set to be 3% down from the corner of this building. But when I did the grading, I graded the building first, and it had a cut slope to where it was hitting the existing ground. And then the parking lot took that as its target, and it came up at a 3% to, or 3-to-1 rather, to find that daylight line. But I don't need it to go up and back down and up and back down. I just want to keep that from this corner down to this corner as a straight little fill shot as I go down around it. So now I can do that. And all the way down here to this corner now, spin this back around this way. And you can see, in that case, you see what happened to that parking lot is it at 3-to-1, it goes up under and actually tucks up underneath there a little bit. So what's going to happen when I resolve this and I tie into that building edge, so I'm going to actually have to steepen that up a little bit above 3-to-1. So if I'm really limited to 3-to-1, I need to scoot my parking lot a little further away. But so we'll do that. We're going to go through here and make the physical edits to the geometry that we've drawn so that we have a reasonable looking thing. We'll take out this little hump, and then we'll fix this little tuck under so that it ties back into actually not even the building, but we're going to tie it into the edge of the pad all the way along that pad there, you see, till we hit that. So it's going to actually be somewhat steeper right in here than that 3-to-1. And we'll, live with that and say that that's going to be fine for what we need. And then we'll combine all that up into a combined model that we're going to work from. Okay. So how do we do that? Well, right now, there's a couple of things you can do. We can, erase some of these things, and then we can spin this stuff up and just start targeting
corners here. So what I would do here is I've got right in here, I've got a little fill bank and it's going to come up and catch right in there to latch onto that building pad edge. So if I come to that little corner and then just draw a straight line in 3D space down to my corner over here, where I've come around in this cut condition, then that can establish that edge. And then we'll go from there. So what I'll do now is I'm going to make a new layer. And let's just call that 3D dash edits. And let's make them yellow so they're going to stand out. And then we'll sit on that as my current layer. Okay. Now, if you've not already done it, it's going to be way easier to bring this stuff up into 3D. So just hold the shift key, hold the wheel on the mouse and spin it around until you're looking at this corner back here. Okay. So to establish this back edge, I'm going to draw a 3D polyline. And I'm going to use the Carlson commands, draw 3D polyline. I get these options. Now, what I'm going to do from this point forward, I'm going to set my options and then I'm going to turn off this show options on startup so I don't have to keep hitting the OK button. And I'm going to say, go ahead and use the current drawing properties, which is my 3D edits with a green color. Or I'm sorry, not a green color. Sorry, cancel that for a minute. I've got this set. I need to have that set to by layer. There we go. Now I'm going to draw my 3D polyline and I'm going to use the current drawing properties and I'm not going to prompt for the elevation or slope because I'm going to snap to geometry. I'm just going to say, read what you get and use that. So I'm going to use my current properties and I'm going to turn off this options on startup. Now I can turn that back on later. Next time I run the command from the command line, I can turn that back on to get here. But now I've got that done. And it wants me to simply start picking some points. So with my endpoint snapping active, I'm going to snap there and I'm going to snap right there. Okay, so that's now going to actually, excuse me, put that, it's going to tie that corner over to the other corner. And then we're going to adjust these other things here accordingly. So I'm going to now do another one. So if I do my 3D, draw 3D polyline, and I'm going to go from, say, this point also back down to that point. So that'll sort of set that in there. Now we're going to be trimming out some of this little tracery here on these edges after we're done. And now to get rid of this hump, what would I typically do? Would be, I'm going to draw my 3D polyline. I'm just going to go from that point down to that point. Hit enter again, go from this point to this point, enter again, here to here, enter again, here to here. And I'm going to do that all the way down. And what's going to happen, you see what I'm establishing here is I'm putting in this little warped surface from one edge down to the edge of the parking lot. So that's going to be it'll be smooth, but it won't be, this 3-to-1 up and 3-to-1 up. It's going to blend those two edges until I get past that. Now I'm going to do that for all of these little conditions. And then we're gonna go back after we're done, and we're gonna clean out those red ones because they no longer will apply, but I'm keeping them there now so that I can snap onto their endpoints. And so to get a sense as I go along, to know when I've done enough of my editing. Here. 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 And maybe adjust my view a little bit so I'll be able to get these. And so you go from here to here. From here to here. Okay, and so we're just about where we need to be. We would take see, I've got this one little piece there. So I'm going to start from here. Now I'm going to take that all the way back to here. All right, so from that point forward, now I'm still on this edge. That's my perimeter of my building. So now at that point, the parking lot grade is starting to climb up underneath that edge. So at that point, I need to do something else with those lines, and I'll show you how we can quickly do that one. So let's go back now to, I'm going to go back, set my top view. I see I've got something way down here at 0. So and it's just a straight point. I can select that, look up here, it's a point. And that happens with some of the commands that will do that. Now it goes to an extension. All right, so now I've done this to where I start tucking up underneath. And so what I want to do is to take these, in this particular case, I'm going to take each one of these lines and I'm going to drape it. I'm going to let it keep the end point, keep the back points here, but I'm also going to drape it across this line that, if you remember, was up in the air a little bit because this tucks up underneath it. And so it's going to insert a vertex in these intersection points as it crosses that line. And then I'm going to go through and trim off those edges here, and then that will establish that that it will come to that point so that it no longer tucks up underneath there. Okay, so we're going to do that with a command on 3D data. 2D to 3D. Now, they happen to be 3D already, which is okay, but I'm just going to use that to establish some additional crossings. And so I want to do this by screen entities. And the screen entity I'm going to use is that the building pad perimeter. So if I choose that by screen entities, any intersection extend tolerance, I don't need much there at all. Ignore 0, extrapolate the ends, I don't need to do that. I'll just do that and set the layer name for the converted polylines, and we go ahead and set that to be my 3D edits. So I can see those, although they still may stay red. And I'm going to say okay. And now select the polylines to convert. Well, I'm going to go get all of these particular ones. So I'm going to type F to hit enter and hit enter. And F means I'm going to be able to draw a crossing line. So I'm just going to go up there and get all of those and hit enter. And so now it's selected all those and I'm through selecting. So I hit enter. And now it wants me to select the targets. Well, the target is going to be this 3D polyline. And it's also going to be these, I don't know that I need to establish those other corners. I think it's just going to work with that. So if I hit enter, it's now done that transition. And let me take a look at that in 3D just to verify that it did or not. So now I'm going to, I will have to go back and fix that. You see what it did is it raised the whole thing up to cross there. So I did need to get those other targets. So I'm going to undo that. Let's make sure I'm back now to where I was. To be able to do it. I'm gonna undo it all the way back to where we see that last little yellow line disappear. Because it did it apparently on each individual one as a step. All right, so there I'm back to that. I'm gonna now come here. And again, I'm gonna view it to make sure I've reset. And that looks right. Okay, so now we're going to go to 3D data, 2D to 3D by screen entities, 3D edits there, ignore zeros, set layer name, say okay. And now I'm going to type F to get a fence. I'm going to go from here down to here, hit enter to finish, hit enter to finish that. And now it wants the targets. Well, the target's going to be this 3D line. And it's going to be this 3D polyline, which these are one and the same. And then I'm going to use this to keep that bottom edge down there to just to show you where it's going to hold it back on its original place and hit enter. Okay, so now it's done what I was after. There we go. So see how we used it to cross, and now if we look at it around in here, it really doesn't, it comes up to the edge and then it's comes out flat across there instead of tucking up underneath it. You see how it comes down to the edges. So I can then use this building line to trim this off, or I could even just trim it out to the pad. I don't really need these things in here because they're going to be already picked up when we do the modeling to begin with. So to make that happen, I'm just going to use this to trim these red ones off. So if I select that polyline, right click and choose trim, and this is just a plain old CAD trim, and I'm going to make sure I get down here and I can look at this one and this one. Again, you can use F to set your fence line if you want. So now instead of picking each individual, I'll type F for a fence. I'll start here and I'm going to go all the way up to here, hit enter. And of course, it's not going to work with that particular command. Great, thank you. So, all right, back to that. Just trim these. Individually. So now I've got that established. I've got this at an elevation, and now I need to work on getting these kind of things trimmed down as well. get them out of the way. So I'm going to take this as my trim. I'm going to trim out this line. So that'll cut that out down to here. So if I right click and choose trim, so that's now up to that edge. And now I'm going to take it out from this point forward. So I'm going to use this and see what no. I think all I need to do is to get, I want to get rid of this all the way down to here. So I'm going to choose this and then right click trim. I think if I trim that back and then I can just, I need to trim that back to here. So I'm going to right click that and trim this part off. I didn't touch it. Let me see here. Had the wrong thing selected. No, it's not. Doing that. I'm gonna just drag this up to here and show you a quick way of doing that. Now that I'm coming off at that point right there, what I want to do is get rid of this portion. So I'm going to now just erase. I'm going to go to my polyline utilities, remove polyline segment. I'm going to remove that segment. This is now an independent line floating out in space. I'll get rid of it. Okay, so now we've trimmed a couple of things here. And we now have these remaining little red lines that we've edited on this part that we need to get rid of. Okay, so at that point, we're just going to come here and make sure we see where we have those yellow lines. We're just going to select these individually. Get rid of some of those, and then we can spin this up like so and do a little crossing selection. Zoom that back there and make sure we haven't got anything stray. We're good. We'll get rid of those. And then we'll get rid of these. Spin this around and get a crossing selection there. Now that those are the ones selected, I'll get rid of those. And now you can see what this would turn into being. Now I see something going on right here that I want to fix. Is I'm coming up to that original cut line. And I really want to get rid of that sort of hump looking thing in there. So I think what I'll do instead of this is let's draw another 3D line. I'm going to turn my options back on just so it's there for me next time. And let's go from, say, this point down to this point. See how I want to do this. Come down to this point, and down there, it's going to come down. I'm going to take a look. in there. See that, this corner is raised up high, so really if I take this and rip edit and come down to there, that's gonna be more what I wanna do. And so I'll take this little cut out area out. By this. Method, so I'm gonna now bring that down to there and then I can close that off. From say. Let's just draw from that particular corner up to that corner. And now that will make that nice little thing. It's going to hit this triangular plane. I might put another little one here to fill this out. Go say from here also down to that corner. And then I need to get rid of these corner points. And I've got a point there, so I'm gonna want one more, say from here to right here. Make sure that's not too abrupt, it might be to see. So I'm gonna come over to there, and then it's gonna dive down to that corner. That might be just a little too quick. Think about this for a quick second. I'm coming down to that corner. That part's good. Let's take this back away. So I'm now coming from there to there, but how do I get from this back cut edge that runs up here down to here? And I think what I'll do there is just go from, say, this previous spot down to here as a nice little transition. And then I can do one more little transition there. And if I then trim that away and get rid of these. And that will help define that. Just to give it a little more definition right in this little area here, I'm going to come in here and do some more 3D line work. I'm going to come from here up to here. Let's see. Okay, from here up to, maybe not quite up to that point quite so severely. I'll just come to that point. And then from here up to that point. And then from here also to that point. And then finally from here up to, say, this point. And now, if I look at that, what's that going to do? I've got some, a little bit of transition right here that I'm not so necessarily happy with. There's no reason for me to dive down to this corner and then climb back up. So Where do I want to stop that is I want to, so this is coming down, this is plan coming down here. So I need to transition this around to put that on to here. Mistakes. It'll be all right. We'll just leave it like that. All right. So what we've done now is we've gone in here, we've identified some places where it has that goofy transition in the intervening spaces. And I'm now going to come over here and I'm going to have to cut into the ground, and I'm going to sort of flare this stuff back. In fact, I think what I will do is this. Then working there down to there. See what that's going to look like. So that will be cut until it tapers back down to here. And what actually I'm going to do one more little transition to smooth this down to here. So, and then I'm going to get rid of this. And I need to bring this up. Use that. Now I think I'm happy with it. It should be nice and smooth. Yeah, I think that'll do that. All right, so we now have changed all of those 3D lines and segments and such to where we're going to match where we've been. We might want to put a one more little piece from here, say down to here, and that will help. To do that. Further define it down there as well. So that will make a little, actually comes pretty abruptly. Set to its midpoint. Yeah. All right, so now if I look at that, that'll be a nice little even transition. It will round that corner. It comes up to actually fill into this corner. So I've got enough support for my building. And it should be good to go. I'll actually get rid of this little bit of a segment here. So if I trim that, and now I need to tie these into these particular spaces. Take that up to same. And add one more. To that midpoint up to the point. All right, so now that put this down to this corner. This, I will bring. Want to. Our next appointments are there, that's that process. I'm just going to move that. To a point that's on. There. So I'll take this and go to here. Do the same thing with this red line up there. So I'm gonna take this and grid that back to snap to this new point on that yellow. Bring this over to that endpoint. This up to. Well, now if I look at that, pretty good to go there. So now I fixed up those with corner transitions. I've got a little bit of a abruptness right there, but it's not bad. I think I just live with it. Okay, so now we've got left to do. We're going to turn this into, I'm going to go back to my top view. I'm going to now turn this into a surface using all of this 3D data. Now, one of the things when we build a surface, remember we need that perimeter polyline, but I've actually broken this line up into various pieces in here. So I need this to really, another one to come around here and start and then walk up this way and then walk around the total outside. So I grab all of this stuff again, even though a lot of this was self-generated, but because I made edits and I broke those apart, they're no longer going to be closed. So I'm going to just do a draw shrink wrap entities. And I'm going to this time change it to bounded line work only because everything is closed off. I just wanted to find the outermost edges. And I'm going to put that on this layer called 3D boundary. That'll be fine. And no zeros. That should be good to go. We'll say okay. And now I'm going to select all of this information. There now is that resulting shrink wrap, which was here. And let's make it so we can see it a little better and select it. So there now will be my overall total boundary of this new surface that I'm going to make. Now remember, my building is setting slightly higher than the pad. So I'm going to have it transition down to the pad edges. So you're going to see that surface having to slope off down to the edges. But in my parking lot, it's going to just go from that back edge up. Okay. Now, what happens, all of these little points along these edges like this, have all of these little these little vertices, and they're going to form triangles. But if it's going to look back around it and try to form triangles. So it's going to put all these triangles, tie them all into this particular point all over there. It's going to make some sort of awkward triangles in these areas here where I've got a bunch of points on this edge and only 2 out here. So you remember what we would do to sort of resolve that area or to resolve that condition? If I've got a bunch of points on this side and only 2 out here, but I want more points out here, what can I do? Guesses.
You could add a point to the surface. You could add, like an elevated circle.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that to the surface afterwards, but what I'm after is when I build my surface, all of these little points are going to form the corner of a triangle. So I'm going to get all these little triangles. And let me show you some more of those. So all of these little points are now going to form corners of the triangles, but when it ties back to the building, all of these are going to all converge onto this one point. And then at some point, they're going to all converge down here on this point, and then this point, and then over to this point. But I really want my triangles to sort of go evenly across. So I need more points in this building, right? Before I do the triangulation, I want that, or while I do the triangulation, I want it to target this edge and not just these corner points. So how would I do that? How do I get more points into this edge of this building? Okay, what would that operation be called? Would that be reducing the vertices, or would I be densifying the vertices?
You'd be densifying them.
Yeah, I want to densify. And so I've got 2 ways I can do that. And not too many versions back, I used to have to come down here and come down here and say densify the polyline vertices. And it writes those vertices into the polyline and leaves them there in the drawing. So it's now going to hog up my drawing a little bit more. And if I want to go and just snap to the endpoint, I've got all these little bitty segments that it's going to find endpoints for. So thankfully, somebody suggested the enhancement and Carlson put it in there when I build the surface. Now, let's go ahead and do that now. In fact, I'm going to save my drawing now. And now I'm going to go back to my surface menu and triangulate the contour. And I'm going to not draw the contours right now. Write this file. And I'm going to call this surface my building dash parking. Says something. Okay. So there's now my surface set, and I will use the inclusion area because I've made that cyan colored boundary. But if I come down here and make sure that I have this box right here checked on, I'm going to densify these break lines, and that building edge is one of the break lines. And so it's going to drop points in here all along this thing in memory only, enough to get the triangles built, and then it throws them away. That's what's so nice about having that switch in here. And then I'm just going to tell it how far apart I want those. I'm going to go every 5 feet, just like they are across the edges on here. And I'm going to, while I do that, I'm going to draw these triangulation lines so you can see what I'm talking about. Or rather, let's do this. Let's not do them, and we'll draw them. And now we're going to select our inclusion. No further, no exclusions, and then we're going to grab our data. And this is what I was trying to avoid. You see these triangles here that they all come down to this point. Now I got this giant triangle right in here, which might not be all that smooth, the transition. It might be okay, but I'd really rather have it more like it is over in here, where they're more across. So to do that, I'm going to erase by layer, clear, and select one of these triangle lines. So now, alternately, if I go and run that surface, triangulate and contour again, and this time I'm going to say densify the break lines. I'll also draw the triangulation lines so you can see them. I'll say, okay. Yeah, it's going to overwrite the file. I'll choose my inclusion, no exclusions, and now I'll get my data. And now look at the difference in the triangles. Because it put break lines in there every 5 feet. Now they're here where I expect it to be. A little bit better. Okay. And when I erase by layer this time, it's already set for the lines. But if I look at this, I don't have a vertex every 5 feet. So I've prevented having that bog up my drawing, and I've built my surface. Now let's take a quick look at my surface by itself, and let's turn on our contours. Let's go to 2 feet instead. So now there's a look at that surface, and you see right in here all that little edits that I did in there. I might want to actually, you can see what it's done is it's coming down here till it catches that fill slope. Now these are the contours. Let me turn them off for a second. And maybe look at those. So it's come down here, and I tried to keep part of this and then tie all that stuff back down to this. It was probably not ideal the way I did that. So I would spend a little bit of care trying to take, work this part out. Maybe I would get rid of this little sweep around the corner here where it's filling down and just let it fill straight across. I would, maybe reconsider what I did down in this area here just to make that a little smoother a transition. But this transition up here in the front looked pretty decent. Okay, now it's not like this is missing. That's the existing ground in there where it happens to lie on it. So not a terribly bad approach. And if you look at with these contours on, let me put them down to 1 foot. So you can see there's, let me go out to, I want to pick up the building itself. So there's the building, and it is sitting at 114. So the 114 contour walks all the way around the building, but it also sort of goes across here. So I might put a break line from this corner over this way so that it doesn't make that little flat triangle in there. But, we're talking, it's very, very shallow across that flat all the way down to this outside edge. It's like a tent or something. All right, so do you get a sense of using some of these grading tools?
Yeah,
You can do that. And the next little thing would be to, if we were to, right now we're just assuming this is a flat piece of paved asphalt and it grades out above it. So we might want to, put curbing around there or something like that. And so we could have done a number of things. We won't go through the exercise now, but you could have made this pad, maybe processed it by itself. But instead of the way we did it under design pad template, we have this, instead of using the slopes on the sides as a 3-to-1, 2-to-1 cut, we could have said a template, and we would have the template be something that draws the curb geometry and it comes out the back and then sets it in as 3-to-1 kind of slopes as well. In fact, let me, let's do that. I'm gonna select. This. And I'm just going to copy it over. Let's copy it over, say over here. Just to do a quick example of how that works. So if I were to do a design pad template on that, I'm going to use a template instead of 3-to-1 side slopes, okay? And so let me see what it's going to ask. I'm just going to put this on a pad layer called test. And if I say, okay, there's my target ground. I'll go back to that. Select the pad perimeter is this one. I'll select template file. So I need to have my template file already built. So that's what I was going to ask. I was curious as to whether it let me build it after the fact. So I'm going to go to my roads design template. I'm going to make a template here that we're going to use for that. And I'm going to call that one PK lot, parking lot. Okay, and so what we're going to do is from the edge of that lot, that's that center point. And I'm going to go, let's see, I'm going around clockwise. So over here on the left-hand side, I'm going to put well, I'm going to put cuts and fills. And I'm going to just make 3-to-1s. And on the left, I'm going to put nothing, but on the right, I'm going to put a grade, and I'm going to go 0% at half a foot. And I'm going to call that my TC for my top curb. And then from there, I'm going to add another grade, which is going to be a vertical drop minus half a foot. And it's going to go for just a wee bit of distance because I don't want to have a vertical face. I'm going to call that my face of curb. So now you see I've got the back of curb, the top of curb, now the face of curb. And oh, let's go ahead and add the gutter. And we'll use a % slope of, say, 4% for 18 inches out. And we're going to call that gutter. All right, so everywhere that line goes around, it's going to drop this into its place. Actually, I don't want. Once. Yeah, see, oh, there it is if it's in fill. And if it's in cut, right side display is none. Left side display, and then if it's in cut, I want to do 3-to-1. So it would look like that in cut, it would look like that in fill. I'm not sure that I can limit that. I think I can. All right, so if I save this and exit that now, if I do my design pad template, using a template, I'll say, okay, I'll choose my ground surface. I'll choose my pad polyline. And it was at elevation, so it's not going to ask me for that. And now I choose my template, which is my parking lot template. And well, let's go ahead and create a new surface. No, and let's just call it PK lot test. Excuse me, see what happens when it creates that. I don't see my lines working. Indeed, it did not. So that. So as I go around this, it's going to walk this line. It's going to start building this curve to the inside. I think what I need to do is put it to the outside instead of the inside. So if I move this over, that's copy left to right. I want to copy right to left is what I want. Let me do right side, same as the nope. Well, that doesn't do me any good. Copy left to right. I want to copy right to left. All right, so let's just delete that. I don't see anything else to copy. Nope. I will just remove. And I'll put it here on the left this time. So I'm going to do a grade at 0% slope for 0.5. And that's going to be my actually I want to build it backwards here. So that's going to be minus 4% at 1.5 feet. And that's going to be my face of curb. Let's turn these off for right now. So that's going to come down to the gutter. I'll now add a vertical difference of 0.5 foot and a horizontal distance of just a wee bit. And that's going to be my top of curb. And then I'm going to add slope 0, that's fine. Horizontal distance of 0.45, so that the total is 0.5. And that's going to be my back of curb. All right. So now I'm going to do that. This is going to be the line of the outline. It's going to push this to the outside, and then it'll pick up those cut and fill slopes, I think. Save that, exit. Design pad template, everything as it was. We'll say, okay, we'll pick our ground. We'll pick our polyline. And we'll pick our template. There we go. Create new surface, no, don't merge. We'll call it parking lot test, overwrite, yes. And So now when I look at that, see what it did? It actually built that curbing for me as it went all the way around. And let's just add in my park lot test. And you can see how using that template, it applies it. Now, the reason I had to put it on the left instead of the right was because I told it to go to the outside. So that traced line that I did is this actual line here. If I was doing the back of the curb as my outline, which is really what I did over here, then that's not going to work for me because I'm targeting to the outside. I have to build all that structure out and then let the cut and fill go from that outermost template point. All right. So, one of the things I wanted to do was let's go into the surface file viewer and look at that test so that I can show you the contours, and then I want to add in those elements. So you can see the line work that got generated, and you can see the curbs, or I'm sorry, not the curb, but you see the contours, how they walk up and down. Now, if I turn off this, turn off the line work, you can see how the contours actually come down here, come across the parking lot face. They hit the gutter line, climb up the curb, go across the back, and then go down to the target. And also notice that remember, it was leveled across this way, but it's higher here than here. So you see how my contours are fanning out, and I've got a nice little flow path from up in here, sort of sheet flowing, and then it sort of concentrates down into this corner. So I would put my little catch basin right there and get it out to drain my site. Okay, so see how all that stuff works and how you would tie that stuff together. And just use these tools to let it do a lot of this work for you. One of the things too, if I were to do it back here, then what I would do is I would actually draw those curb lines in here, drape them on the surface, and well, actually the surface is going to be that top, and then I would make sure that my drawn curbs as they came around here, and I could see go and have actual sharp corners instead of these rounded corners like you see here, of that curb structure. Then I would, let's see, what do they do? Yeah. So I would actually draw the back of the curb, the top of the curb, the face of the curb in here as 2D lines, and I would drape them onto that surface here so that they're right on the line there, but they would dig down into what this up here was part of that surface. And then I would make that a surface and then merge it into this little surface, and that would cut that little 6-inch drop out of that surface and put everything to the inside. Okay, so just two different approaches on how we do it. And I do a lot of my parking lot designs this particular way. So I'll just design this as a pad, get my edges done, and then, work on any entrance cuts and then any kind of parking islands and stuff on the inside, any kind of curb work. I draw it all in 2D, and then I drape it. And draping, I mean, go to 3D data, go 2D to 3D, and either by surface model, because remember that parking lot's not flat. So it has to follow that, that general warped surface as it goes down to that corner. And, you know, it would do that. And then, you know, we could also do some things like, okay, I had a little generalized flat. I might even put in a little swale. I would just draw a swale, drape it on that surface, and maybe, you know, give it a differing slope, or maybe drop it down just a little bit vertically, so that I sort of forced a little depression into my area here to sort of, you know, concentrate or channelize that flow. So the key takeaway to all of this is, you know, work with this stuff in 3 dimensions, and realize that, you know, you don't have to do anything fancy with, you know, making it a surface or doing anything special. Just look at this stuff, you know, and again, I would fix this back in here. I'm not exactly sure what approach I would take. Maybe I would come to this corner, and maybe instead of flaring this all the way down, maybe pull it up a little bit, then tie some of that stuff back down. And but you know, we won't take the time to do that now. But but realize that all of these tools are just, you know, 3D is no different than 2D. I've got the ability to grip edit these things and put these things down where they're supposed to be. And once you get all of the geometry defined enough to create smooth surfaces, and that's why this spacing of every 5 feet, that gives me some nice points to tie into. And that's what allowed me to make, can you look at that surface area and see how it's sort of warped? It's not a pure 3-to-1 and a whatever down. We did that originally to get started, but we had that little fold in it. So we took that out just by looking at this and saying, hey, that's not right. Let's see what we can do. And we just did some judicious 3D editing with endpoint snapping. And once you get all that stuff done, and then this stuff that you're left with, that's what is going to form that particular surface. And then to incorporate that into our surface, we go to, let me get rid of all this stuff here now. So if we wanted to incorporate that into our surface, remember we had the, we've got the original ground, we've got this as a surface. So I would just go to my surface triangulation file utilities. I'm going to load up my base existing ground. I'll go next. I'm going to merge that building parking. Okay, and so now when I do a save as, I'm going to call this one roadway target. So that's now a separate surface. I verified that. Let's turn some contours back to the same that we had. And I can see right over here, it's now part of that as a target surface. So now I would go back to my road. Let me turn my layers back on. And, you know, I could recontour this new temporary surface, and you'd see these interior brown contours would go away, and they would come up here, and you'd see the tie as it comes around. In fact, we'll do that real quick. Under surface contour from a tin file, we'll choose that roadway target. And we will keep this out, so I'm gonna eliminate the road areas right now. Draw my contours, 5 foot, no labels for the moment. And no inclusions, the exclusion, then we'll get the perimeter. Oh, yeah, sorry, I left that on. Oops, get the right command. And erase clear, select from screen, get rid of the contour lines. I left that switch on there, sorry about that. So now that's what that would look like. I could then freeze off these little sidelines there, but I'll leave them on for the moment. But you see every 5 foot contour comes around here, and you see how it walks around our new grading, and that's our new surface that our roadway can then target. All right, as we do some things with it. We can also then bring in a road design to touch down here in my parking lot and come off of this as an intersection off of this roadway. Okay, so follow how all that stuff works.
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so the next thing we'll do is we're going to take our little mid-afternoon break, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up RoadNet and see some of the things that that can do for us as we go along. Now, if you've been coming along, you've still got all of this definition. We're going to start actually in a brand new file. When we come back, and I'll show you how we can reconstruct all of that information from that new file, and then we'll be able to use RoadNet. We won't have, all of these little things drawn in our way out here. We'll be able to work from there. Okay. Let me go ahead and put these back on. I'm going to come in here, that, and I'm going to select this and this. And I will freeze that and that. Oh, one more to freeze. Oh, now just basically know where those things happen to be. All right. So we will pick that up. We're going to go ahead and have our 15 minutes. In fact, let's go ahead and we'll come back at 3:30 because we've had a couple little shortened breaks at the in the morning part. So we'll go ahead and give you 16 and a half minutes. And I will pause that recording. And so now let's take a look at what we can do with our information. I'm going to go here and from this drawing file, I'm going to choose under view, thaw/on all layers. So I got everything there, and I want to preserve a couple of things. So I'm going to come in here next and do a view, freeze layer by pick. And I'm going to come over here and pick one of my little side slopes for my building pad and my little 3D edits. And I'll keep that as well. So I'm going to keep, sorry, one other thing I'm going to preserve these so that they're going to stay in my drawing. I can turn them back on when I want to get to it. So now I've got everything displayed. Everything's there. I'm going to just grab everything and delete it lock, stock, and barrel. And so a lot of times this will be what you would do if something ever happened to your drawing file and you need to reconstruct it. So the first general thing that I would do in this regard is to start looking at where your surface is. And you can go ahead and do a full contour of your surface and, you know, get your contours displayed while you're working, that sort of stuff. Or you could simply, if you want to get an idea, go back to your surface menu and down at the bottom section where it says draw surface, let's just draw the surface boundary. And we'll just do a 2D polyline and we're going to choose our original ground. All right, so that's now drawn and there's our surface boundary. That's where most of our work is going to be. And now at this point, we can say, let's draw our center line. Let me go to my center line and I'm going to draw the center line file. This is why it's important to save those files. And I'm going to put this on a given layer and I can label the center line if I want and then say okay. And I'm going to choose my Main Street center line. So there's the center line. Notice it's in a different form. It's got a red center line style. I've got my stationing showing up. So it took my last label settings that I did. I can save those settings and reload them and use them for different projects, but that's okay if I got that. So I know where I am on my roadway. And I said, well, let's see. We're going to go ahead now that we're looking at this. Now I'm going to, you see all these little vertices in there. Now that is just a 2D polyline, but it got formed by drawing that outside boundary. And I want to maybe strip, I don't need all those little vertices in there. So I'm going to go to my edit, polyline utilities, and I'm going to reduce the polyline vertices. And I'm going to give it a cutoff, let's say, you know, half a foot. Meaning if it's half a foot, if it's more than half a foot off of that line, it's going to preserve it. And if it's not, it's going to consider it in line and get rid of it. So now when I do that, I've reduced that. And as it comes around here, of course, it needs to keep those corner points. I got a place in here where it's a little bit out of that tolerance of that, whatever number I put in there, 0.5 or something. But now I've reduced that count. So, you know, just a couple of cleanups you can do. And so now I know about where I am. I've reconstructed my center line alignment. I haven't drawn the road edges and the curbs and all that there, but it's all available from that road processing that I did. But I'm just going to use that as a center line. We're going to talk about road network next. And let's go ahead and draw our contour. So we're going to contour from the TIM file, and we're going to draw the original ground again. And this time I'm going to uncheck use inclusion. I'm going to also remember to uncheck the triangulation lines. And I'm going to, I need to identify the break lines here. I will draw the contours, and I'm going to put these on a particular layer called V-topo- MIN for minor contours. Every 5 foot, I will check on to draw the index. I'm going to put that on V-topo-MAJ. Now those layers do not exist yet. They will come on for me here when I draw them. And I'm going to reduce, let's uncheck these reductions. And I'm going to go to labels now. This time I'm going to label the contours, and I'm going to label them on, I'll put that on that same layer that I had called V-topo-MAJ, just to keep that same. Keep them on the same as the contour lines themselves. Now I can do a particular layer style. or text label style. I'm just use the standard text style for that. Index label style, I'll also make that as a standard. I'm going to set the text size. Now this number here, that's not a ground distance. When it says text size scalar, that's how tall that would be in printed inches at the scale your drawing is set up to be. And ours is now set up to be, I look down here on the bottom line of my status line, it's 1 inch equals 40 feet. So it takes that and multiplies it and creates text 2.4 feet tall. We'll see if that's the right scale. And now when I'm drawing these and I put the labels in, I've got some controls down below, and I can, typically you would see they break the contour at a label, and you would give it a distance, how far off the text to put that break, and it physically breaks the polyline and leaves a hole in it. And you can also, put the broken segments, draw the broken segments on a particular layer and then freeze and thaw that layer if you wanted. But another way to do this instead of those breakings is choose this button that says, or this box that says, hide the drawing under the labels. And that lets you also be able to reposition that contour label, and it'll walk the contour line. And it just puts a wipeout behind the text and over top of the contour line so that it looks like it's broken, but it's not actually broken. It still stays whole. So I'm going to label my contours, my index contours only. I'm going to align the text with the contour. I'm going to draw it on the real Z axis, meaning I'm going to put the label at its elevation. And then where I want the labels, instead of a number per, I'm going to go a distance, and I'm going to make that distance, say, every 500 feet. And let's give that a plot. We'll say okay. And now it drew my contours in. There you see those familiar contours with those little, things like that that you could go through and edit. We're not going to bother. But one thing I'm going to do, because I got a lot of red in my drawing, is I'm going to redefine those layers. I'm going to come up here and type, I'm going to filter my selection. I'll start with a V-topo. So here's my min and mage contours. I'm going to set the colors, first of all, for my minors. I'm going to set them to be this 253. And my majors, I'll make just a little bit darker at 252. But actually, I'm going to make that. Yeah, let me make this one 254. Make sure you can still see them. Actually, I'm going to put this back 252 for the minors and 254 for the majors. And I'm going to change the contour lines, line type. So my V-topo minor and V-topo major, I can use, dashes or whatever, but I've got one that I can use, but I have to load it. So if I hit the load button and I want to load line types from a particular line type file, I'm going to browse to it and I'm going to find, those are going out to my separate private, for my client work. That's not the one. I want to find the ones that are as part of your standard install, which is going to be under drive C, wherever you've installed it. And I'm going to go to users, my name. I think it's under app data local. We'll find out. So there's my Carlson software. I don't think that's where it is. I'm going to go back up instead of looking under local. Let's look under roaming. Carlson. And I'm gonna find my Carlson 2023. And look under my IntelliCAD, and I think it's under the support. Yeah, down here are the line types. So I'm in Drive C, users, my login name, app data, roaming, Carlson software, your version, the IntelliCAD version, SUP, the support directory. And I've got these particular line types. If I look at the one that Carlson provides out of the box, Carlson line type, I say open, and I can scroll down there and you can see some of the different line styles that they have in there. Okay, so a lot of predefined line styles, they're good to go, but it still doesn't have the one that I'm looking for. So I'm going to go up here and hit my browse button one more time, and I'm now still in that directory, and I'm going to look at the iCAD line style and see if that, oops. Yeah, okay. So now, if I look at these, I got, quite a few more, but I'm going to find, I hope, the one I'm looking for, which are called, yeah, Contour and Contour 2. They're dash line types, but they're a little bit different sized. So I'm going to load up Contour and Contour 2 into my availables. And I'm going to set my minimums to this Contour 2. See, it's a little tighter line than the other one. So Contour 2 for that one. And then for the major, I'm going to just choose Contour. Now I'm going to set my weights up. So for my major, I'm going to give it a 0.2, a little bit thicker. And then for my minor, I'm going to make it a 0.13. And let's see what that does for me. Now, you can see there I've got the patterns are showing up, but look what happens here when the pattern doesn't have enough length in a segment to repeat, it doesn't show. And do you guys know why that is? There's a setting that we can fix.
No.
Okay, so that is a setting. If you select one of those contour lines and look over in the properties all the way at the bottom, it's called line type generation. And what that means is when it's not,
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
so when it's not enabled, every time it hits a vertex, it restarts the pattern. That's why you saw that whole big section looking continuous, because it kept having to restart before it got to a, if you say yes, and then you clear that, now you're going to see that, you'll find that you've got vertices sometimes that, like right here's one that falls in the gap because I've enabled the line type to generate through that vertex. Okay, so now to get them all done, we're going to just select one of these and one of those, and then we're going to right click and choose select similar. So they're all selected now. And I'm going to come over here and set my line type generation to yes. Okay. So now the dash pattern is there, and you could let's just get rid of that. Now I've got some goofy ass stuff in here from that contouring, which basically is from the original bad surface modeling. So if I put this one here to automatic, and that's good enough to make it look good. So that can give you a pattern there as well. Now, one thing too, you might notice, let's see, here's my elevation labels, and they're a little bit small. You might want to bump them up, but watch what happens, and the reason that I wanted you to hide under labels is if you say, have them find if I can find one that's in a bad spot. Actually, I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna go back to contour from a tin file. Do this one again, and this time I'm triangulate. I will erase my previous contour lines. Oh, right here, erase previous contour entities, also my current surface. And then I'm gonna go to my labels. I'm gonna up that size from 0.06. I'm gonna make that to 0.1 to get it a little bit bigger. I'll say okay. And it now, I would have to go back and reset that line type generation, but there's another something you can do as well. Line type generation is controlled by a variable called polyline generation, or p-line gen. And right now it's off. So if I set it to be on, excuse me, now anytime I draw a polyline with a line style, it will automatically be on for me. That is something that stores in the drawing file. So if you like it to always be on, set it on in your drawing template and resave your template, and it will always be on. All right, so I'm going to go back and one more time, contour from my tin file. I'll choose that and just say okay. And why did it not? Why do I have two? Well, I've got three. Oh. If I go to my surface manager, I'm going to make that current. Now, if I redraw those, hopefully it will erase the previous ones, because I said to take it from the current surface, say okay, and it's not. It's winding up getting, it's writing over top of them. Well, that should work. It didn't. So I'm going to first go through here and erase by layer, and I will get an example of each of those things here now. Now we'll try it one more time. Contour from tin file. And we should see the generation comes in because I set it. I've upped my label style a little bit. And here's why I did that. Hide under layers. Right, here's an example. See, there's a piece of text and a wipeout that's right in there. If you turn your wipeout frames on, you would see them. Right there. But if I don't want that to lie over top of that PT line, I know I might need to reposition that, or you might have a label that is stuck down in a real sharp corner or something like that. So there's a command under surface contour labels that says move the label along the contour line. You choose that, you just pick the text, and then as you move the mouse, you see it's going to just walk that line and reposition itself where it was. Now that only works if you hide the labels or hide the contours under the labels. If you break the contour line, that won't work. And so you can just, sort of scroll through your drawing and, find, here's one that's sort of in an inconvenient place. I'll move it up here. It's a little bit more palatable as to where I want to see that label. Okay, so that's just a couple of little functionalities. Now, one final thing is I've got everything set to my line type scale. My LT scale is set to 1. But these dashes are still just a little bit too big for me. So if I select one of these and one of these, right click and select similar, I'm going to come up here to my line type scale. Instead of 1, I'm going to cut that down in half even, so that my dashers are even that much smaller. So it looks sort of continuous, but it looks like it's a dashed line. So it's a nice little way to control the presentation of your layers. And then I will, once again, do just a little bit of cleanup, and that should be good to go. All right, so we reconstructed basically what we need to get started on some things. We could even now bring back those kind of things if we wanted. But for now, I'm going to just leave them frozen. And let's talk about RoadNet. Now, before we had a center line, we had a profile, we had a template. And we went to roads and we said process road design, and all of those things were set up here, controlled, okay? And that's a one alignment type design. But what we can do and what we will need to rely on now is road network to pick up any additional network intersecting type of roads. So when I do this, I'm going to go to roads, road network, and it asks for a network file to process. So I'm just going to go to new, and I'm going to call this one, civil class. All right, so now this comes up now. Mike, this is what you had the other day, yesterday, when we first brought this up, and you didn't have that same dialog box. Okay, so now I've got my network open. Nothing's in it yet. These buttons will add and edit and subtract and all that. But let's take a look first at this settings button, the gear. So when I choose that gear, it's going to bring up some settings. And I'm going to need a couple of things to fill out in here as I work. So I'm going to go to my process options, and I'm going to choose that existing surface, which was that phase 6 original brand. All right. I don't have a rock surface. If I did, it could take care of all that additional classified excavation, etc. Now my station interval, this is how often it's going to drop a template. And so I'm going to say drop that every 25 feet. And when I get into intersections, I'm going to drop the template every 5 feet. So it tightens it up a little bit. So it makes my transitions a bit smoother. Okay. I've got particular special stations. I can add more to it if I wanted. And then I need a maximum offset for my existing cross sections when it cuts sections. So I'm just going to bring that back to say, I think it's like 160, I think was enough. Now what happens is when we do the processing, if that's not wide enough, you're going to see some warnings flip by down here at the command line that'll say exceeds section width, and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't, create any errors. It just quits cutting the section at that distance, and it says, hey, there's more to go out here, and I didn't get it all. So your volumes will be off, and if you see that, then you would come back here and bump that number up and reprocess. Okay. Now, this next item called process on updated design files. What this means is if you have it set to automatic, then when you make changes to the center line, the profile, or any of that kind of stuff, it's going to automatically reprocess all of the network runs and compute all the volumes and everything again, just automatically without asking you. So it's probably good to leave it at prompt. So it will recognize when something's changed and ask if you want to reprocess. So if you're in the middle of changing a bunch of things and you don't want to take the time to let it reprocess after each change, just say no to the prompt. And then when you're done making your changes, just hit the process button and let it reset itself. Okay. And so we're going to now turn on these checks down below that we will tie to the existing ground. Otherwise, if you turn that off, you don't get the side slopes. And that's basically, those are the main settings here that you're going to need to get that process. But let's look at some of the rest of these. Let's go over to the defaults tab on the far right. Now, these are some settings, and you'll see where they come into play a little bit later, but I'm going to change some values here. My intersection radius, I'm going to set that up to say a 40 foot. Now, what that means is if I have a road that crosses this and creates an intersection, the intersection will create a radius, where if it's the edge of pavement or back of curb or whatever part of the template goes around that intersection, it's going to set it around at a particular radius value. So I'm going to bump it up a little bit more here. If it's too tight, you'll get a lot of really sharp grading issues in there. But this is also something that will be probably typically set by some kind of design criteria. You want all of your curb returns to be a particular radius along your road. Now, these others, the vertical curve length, the PVI distance, and the side intersection vertical curve lengths, these are those little bitty vertical curves, and I'll point them out to you once we generate some. That happens at a center line to center line intersection. I've got one main road, I've got another road that crosses it, and if that road goes up and down, it's going to pull the other road up and down with it. But to do so, it has to transition from the incoming grade and the outgoing grade to get across the intersection. And so how much of a vertical curve do I want to put in there to make that happen? You can leave it at 0, which it makes an abrupt change in grade. And as long as it's less than 3%, you won't really notice it. But I'm going to go ahead and make that vertical curve length say, let's make it 30 feet. So it'll make a 30-foot vertical curve as it transitions. And the PVI distance, this is the distance of that 30-foot transition curve off of the crossing center line. So if I've got a 30-foot, I've got 15 feet each side of that vertical curve, but I want that center line to be at least away from my main road. And if I have just a typical, say a 50-foot right of way across, it doesn't even have to stay out of the right of way. I'm going to go at least 35 feet away. And that'll give me 20 feet to cross the pavement. Let's make that, let's bump that up to say 50, so 35. And now for side intersections, the vertical curve length, this happens to be the part of the roadway that goes around the transition, like the edge of pavement, if that's what's doing the turning around the intersection. Could be the back of the curb or a sidewalk or something, but when it does, it's going to make little individual profiles for each of those little radius transitions, and it's going to automatically put in a vertical curve of a certain length. So you can then edit those vertical curves manually, and it's already preset for you. So I'll just put that in. Again, these are all default values. And now the surface method is you can hold the main crown. So if you've got a main road, you want that crown shape to stay all the way, even through the intersection, or you can have it flare out radially from the curb. And you would do this radial from curb, typically in your little like office park kind of things where your roads are sort of flat and you want them to have sort of equal standing. But if you've got like a main road and then side roads that come up to it and cross, usually with stop signs, then you're going to hold the main crown, and that crossing road will accommodate that as it goes across on its profile. Okay. And the profile methods, it's going to automatically create PVIs for the incoming and outgoing grades, or you can allow a single PVI, so it would just go up and cross the center line without those transition curves, or say no automatic. So I'm gonna leave mine just set for PVIs for the in and out grades. And the transition methods have to do with the way it holds the pavement edge or the projected pavement edge across the intersection. Again, I'll try to point that out when you see it. But I'll let you explore those in your help systems as you work around. I wouldn't worry about it too much to figure it out. Now, down here is some cul-de-sac processing defaults. And you've got whichever direction you want to go for the center line, right to left or left to right. You've got a style, a standard, which has, little transition radiuses, or a teardrop, which would sort of flare instead of coming up to it and then doing a real quick curve to get a full circle. It sort of flares with side slopes to sort of makes it look like a teardrop, and then straight. It has no transition. It goes straight up to the edge and then starts to circle immediately on the pavement. So I'm just going to say standard for that. A cul-de-sac radius is going to be how much pavement radius that it gives. So the radius of that cul-de-sac would be 60 feet around that cul-de-sac. My fillets, those are those little transition radii. I'm going to set these up to, I'm going to bump them up to 35 so they're not quite so abrupt. And you can adjust the center line to an offset, and you have a teardrop setback. So if you have an offset cul-de-sac, it's going to pull the center line over to where it comes back and meets the center of the cul-de-sac. So it adds a little 90-degree or whatever transition to bring the center line up. If you uncheck that, it just stops the center line wherever the center line stops, and then the cul-de-sac might be down below it. And so it doesn't put that extra little piece of alignment in there if you don't have it on there. And again, we've got this vertical curve length. That's the automatic vertical curve it puts in the profile around the edge of the cul-de-sac for you, so you can go and edit that at a future date. Road design parameters, that's a file that lets you check for design speeds and sight distance, such like that. So we won't get into that part yet. All right, now, backing up one tab to the display options. This, once we have things over here in our panel, like center lines and intersections and cul-de-sacs, when we select something, how do you want to show that? You can either not indicate it, or you can thicken it, or you can dash it. And I like to leave it at thicken. It's pretty obvious when you see those. And then you can highlight the current intersection or cul-de-sac either by using a pointer or using a target. It just puts a circle around it. You'll see that. And it's just temporary markers. Okay. Now, in our report options, this is all the things like the volumes and the stations and distances and such like that. You can report the cut and fill end areas, cut and fill differences, subgrade and topsoil areas, the cumulative cut and fill. So that's really all I'm going to turn on for right now. You can set shrink and swell factors that it will accommodate for, and the volume comps, but this is all I'm going to really set for that. And now the final one we haven't looked at yet is this output options. Okay, now here's where a lot of the magic happens. We can have it like we said before, and like we did with some of the pad processing or that original road, we can say, yes, go ahead and triangulate and contour, make me a file. And I have to hit the setup button. And I want to, on my triangulate tab, I'm going to write the triangulation file. So I'm going to hit select and I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it RoadNet. Put that back in caps so you can see what I'm typing. RoadNet, then delete that and say save. All right, so that's now set up to provide that file. And if I want to go ahead and draw the contours, I would do the same thing like I've done before. label it as well, but I'm gonna not draw them at the moment, just so we can see what's going on a little better. We contour it at any time later. Okay, you can also then merge that road surface in with the existing and you do another set, you give it a file name. Again, I'm gonna wait and do that later if I need to do any merging with my triangulation file utilities. And right here is this surface to draw. And if I set my colors and layers, you can see that I can choose these particular IDs from my template. Now, I don't have anything defined yet, but once you see the template, you'll see these template points that we've identified. Like in the last one, we had curb, we had sidewalk, we had buffer, we had start of slope. So you would see all of those names show up here, and then you would give it a color, and it's going to color your surface those different colors. And we'll leave that alone for right now, and we'll come back and set it later after we get a template defined. Again, what surface to output, the top of the grade or any type of subgrades if you're wanting to get it, say, for a machine control file to cut into the subgrade. You can go ahead and write the serve PC stakeout information, and that generates files that you can send to a data collector and go out in the field and stake everything out here. You can draw 2D template polylines. That would be like the edge of pavements, the back of curbs, all of those kind of things that are just 2D so that you can give them a particular line style later if you want to. You don't have to draw those. In fact, I'm going to not draw them at the moment. And then you can tell it to go ahead and draw the subgrade polyline. So it doesn't draw just the top 3D lines. It draws all of those little 3D edges for like the bottom of the aggregate fill and where it ties up. So they're not going to necessarily line up vertically with the edge of the pavement. It might extend below it a little bit. So it's going to draw all those into this 3D mess of lines, and you set layers and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to draw those at the moment. I'm not going to draw any template slopes. I'm not going to draw any cross-section slopes. I won't draw the cross-section polylines, which again, just draws the perpendicular lines across to show you where it's dropped the template. And let's see, what else might I want to do? If I output some coordinates, now here's a really great technique for you. If I hit the setup button, first of all, up here at the file, it says none. That's because I did not set a points file. So I'm going to go ahead and say select. I'll make it a new file, and I'm going to call it roadnet. Oops, roadnet points. Just so you can see what's going to happen. And now, what points do I want to do? Now, I can choose to draw the points or just simply generate them. I'm going to draw the points. I can put them on a layer, give it a name. And what do I want to make the description of that point? I'm going to include the station value in the description. I'm not going to put anything else in here at this point. And now, what do I want to output in terms of those points? And you can see all of these particular key points that you can use, high stations, low stations, all of these different stations. But I've only checked profile low stations. And if I look up here, I've got this template ID to output as my EP. And again, if I select, it's left over from the last time. But if I select, it would, if I had a template file, it would read the template points and tell me which one I'm going to kick out. But now, I'm going to go ahead and leave it EP, and I'll name that in my template. But why would I want to do this? Think in terms of, we're going to go eventually build this road. I'm going to kick out EP points on both sides of the center line. I'll go ahead and draw them so I can see them. And I'm going to come down here and only draw the low points along the profile. What could I use those points for? What do you do with your road when it rains?
Oh, you could use those for placing inlets.
Perfect. It's exactly right. And then when you go and establish your inlets, if you have the hydrology module, or if you're doing it just a manual design, you know right where to put that inlet. And you can snap to the point and you're done. So that's a really good means of outputting coordinates and getting that done. Again, you could output any number of all of those and have huge point files, etc. Now you can also create these edge of pavement profiles. And if we output those and you get those setups, you can, put these as different file names, and that's going to save those as individual profiles. But I'm not going to do that. That allows you to do that and then edit those profiles independent of the road network, but we can edit it from within without any kind of problem. Now, these other two things, elevate pads and lots. What this will work with is if you have building pads and property line, parcel lot lines, you can say, when you design this road and it raises up and follows its profile along the way, you can say, well, every time you look to the left and right and you see lot lines and building pads, I want you to elevate those to sort of follow along the road. So you can say your building pads are going to be always 5 feet higher than the back of curb on your road. And it would then, every time it looks to the left and right and sees one of those things, it will automatically raise it and set it to that elevation. Same thing for the lot lines. And then you can use all of those elevated line works in your overall finished grading design, because just like we did the pads in the parking lots, it's now going to have some 3D geometry that we can key on. Okay. Finally, on set layers down below, again, you can set the particular names of layers that some of these, side slope and cross section lines, et cetera, disturbed areas goes on perimeter. So you got some control over that. And then the output file settings button, I'm going to look at that real quick. And I'm going to say default existing section file is going to put a -ex as, excuse me, as a suffix on the file name. Same thing for my final section. Remember, we did that manually in the last thing we set up. No rock sections to set up. Default intersection profile, file name output. So when it creates those intersection profiles around the transition lines, it'll put a little suffix of INT. Same thing for cul-de-sac, CDS, and then for the existing profile. This is the existing ground profile. Remember, we had that cut separately in our last section. We had a little -ex on the file name for there as well. You can also output these offset profiles left and right. If you wanted those as separate profiles, like maybe you set a ditch line in at a differing profile than the center line of the road, it doesn't just blindly follow the same profile. All right, so that's all I want to do with that one. I'm going to say, okay, everything's good. We filled everything out. You can save this. And we're going to put it now right here. It's going to go up into my project settings by default, or you could put it in our working directory. I'm just going to call that Civil RoadNet settings. So the next time I could just load that and not have to go through all of these little choices. And I'll say, okay. So now we have made our settings as part of our road network file, and it's time to add stuff into our RoadNet. Again, we have something already defined over here in a couple of ways. We've got the center line, we got a profile. We have a little temporary template that we've used. We're going to actually use a different template so you can see what happens when we get a real template design. So, but how do we get those in over here? And we do that with these buttons. We're going to first hit the add button. And that's going to ask us to add either a centerline file, which we have already, or you can pick something drawn on the screen. We'll do that later. So I'm going to choose the centerline file, and I'm going to pick up that Main Street right there. I'm going to open that. And so now it gives me my road name up here that I can change, and that's just a label name. I've got those gaps where I can turn off the cut and fill, gaps going across a bridge, that kind of stuff. I'm gonna go the full range of the processing. I can cut benches on those cut and fill side slopes if I want. I've established my centerline file. My design profile by default chooses the same name. We have that already there. Again, the edit button lets you come right into those very same things. And I hit this edit button, and instead of going to that generic editor, it puts me in the roadway editor like you saw before. Okay. And now I don't have a design template. If I set this and choose one of these, we had like basic 2-lane with shoulders, or we had, I think we used test with the curbs. And that would do the same thing that you saw before, but it only gives that top surface. So we're going to make a new one. And let's call this one 2-lane 2-LN with curbs and sub for subgrades. Okay. And we'll choose open for that. Now it's defined, it's created. I haven't edited it yet. We'll come and do that in a minute. Here are some optional files that can control beyond just this template. Any super elevation, definitions, topsoil removals, template transitions, grade tables, template point profile, and centerline are where we can put in, say, as you're going along and you're normally going to say a 10 or a 12-foot road width or lane width, that would be where it normally hits it. But you may have a little place where you want to pull that out wider, and you just draw it in to the plan view and give it a centerline name. And then that would be, when it sees that, it jumps over where it would be by computation and follows that line. Same thing with the profile. You can do that as well. So all of those different things. And down here's my optional output files. And you see these section files are already pre-populated because I did that in my settings. And I'm going to say, okay, there it is. And now it says centerline Main Street has changed. You want to run the process. That's my prompt. I'm going to say no. So I've got it in there. There it is. And I can then, come up here, and here's my process button. But the real thing I want to do is to work on that template. I need to set that template up. So if I select that road right there and I double click it, my template is over here. Nothing is defined. I'm going to hit the edit button. And now here's my template editor. And this is where we can really see some things happen. So these buttons down here, now we're not going to have enough time to go through some really advanced stuff, but the help system can help you out with a lot of those as well. And the key thing is what you're going to do is you're going to be establishing grades along the top surface and then subgrades underneath those grades, and then cut some fills. And right here is just display. Which side do you want to display? I'm going to put fill on the left and cut on the right. Of course, it only will happen where it happens to be in cut or fill. This is just for the display in their little view here. So I'm going to go ahead and just add these generic 3-to-1 side slopes. Now, without getting into all this, there's all kinds of things up here. You can have a series of differing slopes based on depth of cut and fill. You can put benches in every so often. You can put berms and ditches and all of that kind of stuff. So right now we're just going to put a standard cut and a standard fill. Again, just a 3-to-1. Go out and hit the ground. All right, so there it is, but there's nothing defined up here yet. So I'm going to come down here. I've got right side same as left because I'm going to have a symmetric road. You don't have to, and you would define it, from the left side, from the center line out to the left, and then from the center line out to the right. And it's not always center. That's just your grade point reference line. So if you're using the back of curb on one side, then you would put everything to the left and whatever. All right, so we're going to put in a grade. The first grade we're going to do, we're going to click the grade button, and we're going to choose by these different methods. We're going to do a %, and we're going to go down at a 2. Let's use a 2.08%. Bonus points. Who knows why I said 2.08 instead of 2? Okay, no bonus points needed. That is if you build roofs for a living, you know that to get the rain to shed off the roof, you need to put a 1/4 inch per foot fall. That's what that equates to in percentage is 2.08%. Normally in road design, we just make them a default 2%. But you can choose whatever it needs to be. Now, how far out I'm going to go, I'm going to have 12-foot lanes. So I'm going to say 12 feet. And I'm going to call that, I'm going to give it an ID of EP for edge of pavement. I've also got a set button I can pull from a little library that you pre-build. Okay, but I'll just go ahead and type it as EP and I'll say okay. So now it puts it both sides out. Now at this point at my edge of pavement, I'm going to throw a curb in. So I hit the curb button. I've got these different types of curbs where I've got different heights, different headers. And if I use I need to define these distances. Excuse me, gosh. I'm going to use this type 1, just in general, it's a curb and gutter. And I'm going to make my inch dimensions as inches. I'm going to use straight edges. And the base can either be flat or you can match the crown or you can have it at a defined slope. I'm just going to have a flat base. And now I'm going to type in my dimensions. So I've got my top width here as 5 inches. Now, normally it's a 6-inch top. So I'm actually going to make it 5.5 inches. And the reason I'm doing that is I have to lay this face back a little bit. I can't have it vertical or it won't process correctly because of vertical surfaces not being allowed in terrain modeling. So 5.5 feet for my top means my taper needs to be, if I want that to be a full 6-inch down to the face curb, that needs the taper then needs to be 1/2 inch. So over here, I'm going to change that to 0.5 in my taper. So 5.5 and 5 makes that a 6-inch top width. My width value, that's the width of my gutter. I'm going to actually make those 18 inches. And how far do I want to drop my gutter? Let's drop it 1.5 inches, let's say. And so now my height 1, I'll make that just a 6-inch thick gutter here. So I'm coming 6 inches down. I was 6 inches down to here, and I'm going to make my total back height then 12 inches. So now I've got a 24-inch base because I've got a 18-inch gutter width and a 6-inch top. That gives me my 24 inches. My material, I'm just going to call it concrete. And I'm going to give this an ID of CRB. And I'm going to say, okay. So now you can see that gutter has been placed in there, or curb rather. Now after the curb, I'm going to add another grade. And I'm going to give that just a little 2% grade up for about, oh, let's just go feet. And we're going to call this our buffer. I'll put BUF. So now it's added a little bit of a buffer. I'm going to add another one past that one. And that's going to be, how wide do we want to make our 7 feet or 6 feet or something? Let's see. Let's just make a 6-foot sidewalk. Oh, I'm sorry, not slope. My slope is going to be, I'll just keep it flat. I'm going to go 6 feet. I'll call that sidewalk. Let's say okay. And now I'm going to add one final one there, which is going to be, put it up at another 2%. Oh, no, let's go -2. We'll come down off the other edge. And we'll go let's go 5 feet out, and we're going to call this one buffer 2, buff 2. Okay, and so now I've got my buff 2, my sidewalk, my buffer, my curb, and my edge of pavement. So that'll be enough to get me out to my cut and fill zones away from my road. And again, out here, if you want to put in a ditch at the bottom of your cut, you go to your cut side and you start putting these ditches in here, just like you did these grades out in here. And so you can just define those. Same thing on my fills. You might put a berm in there. So in case the car jumps the edge, you won't necessarily topple over the edge. It'll stop at the berm. All of those kind of things. This will be good enough for us to work with. We'll save it. And we exit, and that will generate all of that stuff just as the top surfaces. Okay. But because we're running out of time, let's go ahead and add some subgrades in here. I want you to see the material reports on this stuff. So now that we've defined our grades, let's put in some subgrades, and I'm going to hit my subgrade button, and it's going to start building the stuff, and it goes from the top of the ground down. And I'm going to again have my road subgrade types are all going to be roadway here for us. My distance direction is going out from the center outward. I'm going to match the surface, so it'll be, you know, parallel grades on the bottom. My intersect surface, right now I'm just going to say straight up so you can see what happens with that. And my horizontal offset, this is where I want to start this subgrade. Well, I'm going to leave it blank or put in 0 because I want to start it at the center. And my vertical offset, and off to the right, I'm going to change that units to inches. And how far down do I want that to go? Well, if I want it 2 inches, let's say, I don't have to put negative because it knows it's going down. So it's going to go 2 inches out. And now how far out does it want to go? And this is just going to be my pavement. And it's going to go out to my EP. That was 12 feet. I can either type 12 or I can pull from my list of defined points now. I'm going to go out to my EP. So if I ever come back and my edge of pavement travels, like maybe with that template point center line, maybe it gets wider than 12 feet. So it'll go out and it will, this subgrade or this, yeah, the subgrade, which is going to be the asphalt, is going to go all the way out to the EP. It won't stop at 12. If I put a 12 in here, it will always stop at 12. So I'm going to call this material ASPH-TC. ASPH-TC for asphalt top coat. Okay, and you can put some different material notes and things in it over there. Super elevations, we'll leave alone for now. And we'll say, okay. So now I've got all the way out here and I've got a straight up transition. That's fine. Let me double click that subgrade. And instead of straight up, let's just say continue slope. And so what that does is it will continue out to EP until it hits something else. If I've got something else defined, it will stop at that point. Okay, so that now defines 2 inches worth of asphalt. I'm going to put another subgrade now under that. And I'm going to, at this point, say straight up as my intersect surface. Again, starting at the 0 point of offset. My vertical distance now is I want to go, I've got a 2 inch top coat and maybe I'm going to have a 4 inch base course under that. So I'm going to say 4 inches, but because I had 2, I need to put it down 6 inches. Again, it's from the top of the ground down. And the distance I want to go there is my, also again, my edge of pavement. Just continue that slope. 6 inches down, edge of pavement. And again, I'm going to call this asphalt dash base course. Okay. And I'll say, okay. And now you see it actually had enough to get underneath the curb because I was down just enough. It snuck under it at that downward grade. So let's go back and edit that. Instead of going 6 inches, let's only go 5. So we'll have a 3-inch thick. So now it's going to stop there. So it's 2 inches and then 3 inches, 2 inches top coat, 3 inches the base coat. I'm going to add another base or subgrade rather. And this is going to be my aggregate. So again, I've already got 5 inches down. If I want that to be, say, 8 inches of stone under that 5, I want to make it 13 inches. And the distance I'm going to go is, now watch these different transitions. If I say straight up, if I say EP as that distance, and I'm going to call this just stone, you could put, you know, a 2B, 2A, or whatever stone it happens to be. And again, you can set from a pre-built library. I say, okay, and there it went out to the edge of pavement and went straight up. If I come back to that stone and go edge of pavement plus, let's just say 1 additional foot and go straight up, then it's going to come out and go a foot beyond and go up. Now remember, I've got a 24-inch. So if I come back here and say 2.5 feet and straight up, see, it goes out and then goes straight up until it hits the daylight or another subgrade above it. So here's the different transitions now. That was straight up. If I said continue slope, then it goes out here until it hits daylight again or another subgrade surface. If I say a tie slope of, let's say 100%, so a 1-to-1, it's going to come out and do something like that. Or you could have what's commonly used is called this wraparound. My wrap height in inches is, let's say I'm down below it now, 8 inches. So I want my wrap height to be, I think 10 inches would do me. Yeah, so see that comes around and actually comes around behind where the curb is going to sit, right? So that's now all of that. And let's put subgrades under our sidewalk next. So I'm going to add my subgrade, and this time my horizontal offset is going to come out to my sidewalk point. Okay. And my vertical offset, I'm going to make this one a 6-inch thick concrete sidewalk. And the distance I'm going to go out is out to my buffer 2. And the material there is also concrete. Oh, I'm sorry, did the points wrong. My horizontal offset is going to not be sidewalk, but buffer. It's the end of the last one. And it's going to go out to sidewalk. And again, with straight up. And I'll say there. And now you can see that's underneath my sidewalk grade. So that's the actual concrete material in that sidewalk. And so if I want some subgrade under that, I'll add 1 more. And let's put 4 inches plus the 6 inches of concrete will be our 10 inches. So we're going to be 10 inches below. And again, our horizontal offset, we're going to go to the end of the buffer point. And the reason I'm defining these instead of distances here is in case any of those flare out and come back in, it's going to follow where that point goes. And the distance, again, I'll go to my sidewalk and I'm going to call this sand, let's call it. I know we wouldn't build a sidewalk like that, but now we've got sand, we've got concrete, we've got stone, asphalt, and asphalt. And that should be sufficient for us. We will save and exit. Now, we're ready to, even though we only have 1 road, we can go ahead and process this by hitting the OK button. And notice that the template changed. Do you want to process? Yes, I'll go ahead and process it at this point. And you're going to see all of those nice little lines come in and there's the footprint like we saw before. And if we view that surface, but before we do that, I'm gonna go back to settings on my output options, triangulate and contours setup. And I'm gonna now, under the triangulate tab, wrong spot here. I want to, oh, under output options, instead of up here in the setup, I'm going to set my colors and layers. So now you see these things that I've defined. I'm going to have my pavement colored this gray. My curbs, maybe I'm going to set them to be cyan colored. I've got a buffer, looks like sort of grass color. My sidewalk, I'll leave them, let's make it not quite so garish. And so starting at sidewalk and then out to my buffer 2, I'll put that back to this 95 color, like the buffer 2. And then other and outsides, I'm going to make those sort of this 73. Okay. I'll update that. I'll exit that, say okay. And now I'm going to reprocess so that it colors those in my surface file. All right, so now finished it. I'm going to view that surface. And there's my RoadNet surface. And I've got my contours turned on to show, just for context. And if I zoom in here, I can see, well, there's my road. Comes across the crown, goes down with my pavement to the edges, hits the curb, hits the buffer, sidewalk buffer, and then those out slopes along the way. Okay. And when you merge that into your existing ground surface, you can retain all those colors and you can make a nice little presentation out of it. All right, so that is the basics of how that works. We won't take the time right now because I want to get you guys home for the weekend. But if you like, just pick up this center line and move it around. It says, oh, hey, you moved it, it changed, reprocess, and it goes through all of this again. All right, so now let's do a couple of last minute things. Let's go to the end. Let's add a cul-de-sac. So let's choose our add button and let's add a cul-de-sac. And we're going to take some defaults here. We're going to say, where do we want it to be, at the start or the end? We're going to go to the end with standard style, all these default radiuses, offsets, et cetera, et cetera. You can actually edit the profile if you wanted. You can have a separate template. Otherwise, it says none. Go ahead and use the road template. We'll do that. You can create an island in the inside, and then you can output all of these different output files to edit independently later. And I'm just going to say, okay. And when I process that, see what it did is it went in here and actually created that cul-de-sac, which I can again see in my work here. Now, the reason it output these individual profiles around these edges is so, let's say I wanted to put a drop inlet over in one part, I can pull that down to make sure it drains around to that edge. So if I go to my cul-de-sac here, notice I get that little target shows up that identifies the cul-de-sac. And then if I double click that, I've got some different things here. I want to edit the profile of that. And you're going to see right there's that little temporary, and see right now, right, it has a sag point right in there. So I can actually change that if I wanted and bring this up. Oops. I didn't want to add one. I want to edit this. And I'm going to bring that up higher. Let's see. One of the things I don't want to do here first is I want to undo that. I'm gonna go to my setup, and this time, instead of holding my K value, I'm gonna hold the vertical curve length. All right, so now I'm going to edit that, and if I take this up, you see I can make that a high point. And then I can add, say, over in here. And let's give that a vertical curve 50 feet. That should be okay. And so now maybe as I'm moving that around, and if I want to reposition that, I can either have some known values. Let's see. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button here. So if I pull that over this way, I'm going to back it up a little bit and put my low point right there. So now, as I walk my way around this, I see I'm going to be over here. So water is going to drain from the high point right in here around this way and back out to the road, or it's going to go from here and it's going to come down to a low spot here. So water will then come down to it from this side. So I could put another low spot on this side to match, or I could just leave it like that and let half of it shed back to the road and half of it shed over to this low point. I'll save that and exit. I'll say okay. And then I have to reprocess that so the surface picks that change up. And looking at that again, and notice I'm going to do all kinds of reviewing. So there's now my grading plan, my contours showing. I've got a low spot right in there. And so my cul-de-sac grading was done. Now I haven't got any, let's see, if I go to my main street and look at my profile, I'm going to edit my profile. Notice this profile all the way down, all the way along it is constant. I don't have any true sag curves. Like right here, I'm still coming downhill like this. So I'm going to eventually need a low, you know, an inlet in there to catch the cul-de-sac drainage. But nothing is actually a low spot. We'll put one of those in the other side so you can see it. Or in the crossing street. So let's see what they're looking to do here. Okay. So any changes we could make, we could do there as well. I'm not going to make any changes to that. I'm going to say, okay. But now let's just do an intersection. So I'm going to draw, let me get off of that buffer. Now I want to draw a 2D polyline, and I'll just take the current properties. It doesn't matter what it's going to be. And I'm going to go from here, say to here. I'll cross it relatively 90 degrees. So I'm not exactly, you know, I didn't measure it off there. And I'm going to make that my intersecting street. So I'm going to go add into my network. I'm going to add a road, and I'm going to choose to screen pick the polyline. Well, I do that and it says, well, you don't have a centerline file. So I'm going to assign that a centerline file. And I'm going to call this one, instead of using that same name, let's just call it Pine Street. And it automatically creates a design profile for me. And it's using the same template down here as we did on the main road. Now, let's edit the center line and let's fit a curve in there. So that's going to be a, let's say, 125-foot radius curve. I'll say, okay, and there's a nice little curve. We'll save and exit, and you'll see that curve show up. Let's look at the profile. And if I edit the profile, now here is how this processed. You see this, these yellow lines right here. Remember our setup, we said show the center, show vertical lines for intersections. That's what that is. And that's giving me that crown as I cross the main road. You see it holds that. Now, if I look at the slope report up there, it's 2.373 and it's or 1.784 down on the other side. The reason it's not 2.08 is that I did not go across it at a true 90 degrees, but otherwise it would. And here are my transition curves on that other side, and it just basically went from the ground down here to the ground up here. And you see my horizontal curve markers, and it transitioned across. So if my main street profile went up or down here, you would see this follow with it, and it adjusts these little transition curves to help make that transition. So what am I looking at here? Let me save that and exit and say okay. And I'm not going to process right now because I want to come down here and I see that's at station 9 plus something on my main road. So if I go back to my main street and I look at that profile, I'm going to look down here at station 9 something right in here. I'm going to drop that a little bit here and I see where I am. I'm right up there in that area. So if I pull this, if I edit this curve up here to be not quite so high up in the ground, I'm going to edit that PVI and I'm just going to pull it down a wee bit like so. Save and exit and make sure that's done there. Yep. I'll save that and exit. Well, let me see. I'm gonna actually pull this one down a little bit too here so that I can get a sag so you can see that point output. So I'm coming down negative. So I'm gonna have a low spot in there. Make sure I look okay here. And I'm gonna move this up a little bit closer in there. And now I'm going to save that, exit that, and I'll say okay, and I'll go ahead and reprocess, and you're going to now see everything tie together. And if I look at that once it's finished, I may have some problems in that intersection. We'll see real quick. I'll look at my RoadNet surface and see what happened. See how it transitioned. Yeah, see, I would need to sort of, work on some things here in the intersection to make that happen a little smoother. But you see what happened is that my edge of pavement then, as it hit the intersection, followed around and joined up with the edge of pavement on this other side here as well. And everything beyond the edge of pavement outward went with the transition. It moved with it. So now what do I have in that particular intersection? Now I see that I've got an intersection. And if I look at that intersection, I now have, front left, front right, back left, back right as these transitions along this road. I can have some additional transitions. But in my settings right now, I've got these profile transitions. There's my thing that I wanted to have it push out. I'm holding the main crown. And instead of a 40-foot radius, let's see what happens if we tighten this up to say 25 feet. And I'll do this for each of these different segments. See if I can get rid of some of that mess in there. I'll say okay. And I'm going to reprocess and see what happens to my grading. It's still going to give me some things, but you see what it did in here. It made these radiuses much smaller. And so now when I look at that surface, I can see that I wasn't really able to clear that out much. It's got some issues here where this is coming up and hitting, this is coming up and hitting, and it's building that transition in. So there's some ways you can modify that. You can turn the processing off in the intersection. So if I go to my intersection and look in my front I can uncheck that tie to existing, so it doesn't have that as a problem. And these little markers are not working right. That back left should be back here, not down here. So front left and then back left should come down here. So they've got that to fix. Let's maybe up that to say 50 feet, see what that does for us. And really, you won't necessarily encounter these on things that you're doing because I've got such an extreme site and I'm in, when I pulled that profile down, I really cut down to this hillside, and that's why these things are left out here on the outside edges. But now we saw in our main street where we pulled that profile down. Let's push it back up a little bit, see if we can. Get it to settle. Let's pull it a little closer up to the surface. I still have a low spot in there. That's what I wanted to make sure. We'll save and exit. Say, okay, yeah, let it reprocess. We might can get some of that cleared out because we're not cutting so deep. There we go. So now my radiuses are bigger and I've raised it so that I don't have quite so much of a transition. In there, I wasn't cutting a huge hole out of that hilltop. And so now that's much greater means of doing that. And then you could add a cul-de-sac on the ends of these roads out here, which you would typically do. Contour everything, build that out. But what do we have here? I'm going to first of all save my RoadNet file. And then let's look at this report real quick. And we're going to say our output processing. Here's what we've got. Total cut, total fill, total curb, total top coat, back or bottom course, stone, concrete, sand. And here's my subgrades and my cut to fill ratios, all kinds of things. And it goes from Main Street and then it processes all of these station to station to station to station. And then it has Pine Street, does the same type of thing. It subtotals all of these different things. You can output this stuff to spreadsheets. You can do, anything that you need to do to help you manage that. And one other quick thing to show you is on this design profile, if I'm editing this, I'm looking at this. If I turn on this show sections, it's going to now in the separate window. And then as I move along, let me make this just a 2-to-1. And then as I move this along out here, you're going to see how that travels and it follows, and it shows you that section where it's going to be in that particular part of that design. Okay, so one of the reasons now you can see all that, that's nice and seeing it there, but one of the nice things you can see is up here in the top of our, over here on our profile editor, I've got a total cut and fill running, and I can see that. And if I move this profile up and down, I'm going to get those totals reported and I can get closer to a match. I'm right now 71,000 yards of cut and only 6,000 yards of fill. So I can, adjust this kind of stuff and bring it up and use those numbers to help me sort of arrive at a balanced condition. Okay. So I'll exit that. I'll exit this, but now watch also what happened with my Pine Street profile because I adjusted the other one. So remember, it used to be way up here, so it pulled it down here. And now I'm going to add a PVI right in here of, let's call it 125 feet. Say, okay, and so there should be a low spot right in there. In fact, there's that little purple marker, that's the sag point. And I'll save that, exit that. Say, okay, let it reprocess. And viewing everything again, just one last little trip to it. You can now see where there's my low spot in there. And I should have I've got a low spot down in here where I pulled that profile down. And now what I should see, and I'm not seeing it, are those points. I may not have said okay when I said draw the points, but if I look at my points and just list my points, I should have, and I don't. That's RoadNet points. Let me go back to my settings, output options, output coordinates, setup. Select the, there's the edge of pavement. So I want to be here. That's the point I want right there. CRB2. Let's not do the edge of pavement. So CRB2. I should have a CRB2 over here as well. That's CRB2. So let's say, okay. So now my CRB2, I say okay and okay, and reprocess. It should generate those points. Did I say to draw them? Let me double check. Output coordinates, setup, RoadNet points.crd, both sides, draw the points on point layer, include station. Okay, so that should create them. If it doesn't, when I reprocess, then that's a bug in the software that they broke since the last version. And I didn't see those points show up in my drawing. And I don't see them necessarily in my listing of all points. Yeah, I didn't do it. All right, well, that's a bug in the software. That normally would, and in previous versions, it would put the points right in here in the roadway. It gives me something that I can drop my inlets on. Okay, so that would be the low points. Making sure one last time. Output to CRB2, both sides, draw the points, include the station value, profile low stations. Double check my profile. Making sure, yep, see right there's a low point right there. That point should have been output. It's not a low point over here because it's not sag. And then this point right there should have been output, that little purple point. That would have normally been, so that's a bug. I'll have to report that up to them. So I'm just going to save that and let it go. So now you're a half hour past. Congratulations, you'll get an extra half hour on your PDHs. So every little bit helps, right, Mike? And so
Yeah,
that's
for me.
so that's how this works. Now, to tell you the power of this, and it can be really complex. We did a job with Dewberry out on the East Coast. Their whole company transitioned to Carlson for a period of time, a couple of years back, and they had a major, like 600 parcel subdivision that had 130 some roadways in it. Maybe my parcel count's off, but anyway, it was over 100 roadways. And they put this all in RoadNet and did that entire thing, linked it all together. It kept all those intersections intact. And off we went. Now, just to give you a real quick example of let's look at our main street. These two things, template point profile and centerline. I won't do those. I'll let you look at those up in the help system. But what you would do is, let's say right in here, for instance, as I come down my main street, I wanted to put a turning lane in to get to this side street. So instead of having a 2-lane template over here, and then you get into this area and you make a new template of 3-lane, and you do a template transition, you don't have to do it that way. You can just simply keep this as it is, and then you would draw the edge of that turning lane out here and say, and you give that a center line name, and you'd say, okay, look at this road, and as you go along, whatever point you're going to use, and it's usually the edge of the pavement, you're going to say, when you see this other center line, when you encounter it, as you go past it, go from where you used to be at EP and jump onto that line and follow that path around the edges, around, wherever it's drawn to. And so it makes that follow that out to another location. And it can also be with the template point profile, you can define the grade of that edge independent of the profile coming off the road with that 2% cross slope. You can have it, if you don't use it, it just pushes it out at that same cross slope. And then it takes everything from the point that you say to follow, in this case, edge of pavement, it takes the sidewalk and the curbs and all that stuff and pushes it out past there and follows around with it. So think about what you can do with things like that. You can put turning lanes in. You could have, instead of using the edge of pavement, maybe you're going to have every 200 feet, you're going to have a nice little circular tree well that you want the sidewalk to come up and go around the trees and back in and then come around. So you would push the sidewalk point instead of the edge of pavement point, and then you just draw these little half circles in and say, okay, follow that around. And so it would do that. And so if you're pushing the sidewalk instead of the edge of pavement, the curb and everything stays over here, and this little grass strip between the back of curb and the sidewalk, it just widens and the sidewalk goes out here. And so you now have that stuff in there becomes just that extra grass area that pushes out. Same thing if we did it as the edge of pavement, you pushed it out. When it calculated the amount of asphalt that gets used, it adds that additional materials. Also, the curb goes around that additional length. So it keeps track of all that stuff and adds it into your totals in the reports. Okay. Now, with that, I promise we're done. It's a weekend. It's time to go have a cold one and relax. So I will say, are there any burning questions, any issues that you might have that you want to get answered?
Nope.
Everybody good? All right. I will also remind you that as far as access to things, let me go to this little bit about your instructor here. Actually, this number 30 should be 40 now. But anyway, right here's my email address. You've got that and my phone number in the emails I've sent you. Get in touch if you have questions on stuff. You want to know how to do stuff. As part of being a student in these classes, you now have access to us for that kind of support. If it gets into, something that's going to take weeks worth of hand holding, we can talk about some kind of a little consulting arrangement, but if it's just you know, an hour or two or something you want to show, and even if it's not something that we talked about in class, let's say it's something you go, hey, here's what I want to do. How would I do that? Give me a call, give me an email, and I'll be glad to help you. That's part of being an MSoft customer that you get, you know, by virtue of the fact that you took this class. Okay, so keep that in mind. And I don't care if it's 5 years from now, you know, still do it. I may be retired by then. I hope I am. But in any case, you know, there's no statute of limitations on that. Just keep that as a resource. And plus you have full access to Carlson as a tech support resource as well, and all the YouTubes and things that you can find. All right. So with
Yep.
that, I'm going to stop our recording.